And they're both
That
in the
right
wrong.
there.
Like, both of them were in the wrong, but it's like, okay, you can do this later. Okay, we're forcing this when the new characters join. Wow. Who wrote this shit?
Yep.
And it's not better in Royal.
Either way, back to the original question.
And we are live, people.
Persona 3.
Also, hello, everybody.
You all found us in the middle of conversing about Persona, but
Couldn't say a damn thing before.
Sorry.
it's okay. I will give you a chance right now while I'm getting a couple other things set up. So go for it.
I don't need reminders that people are assholes. So, you know, the concept of, oh, I get to fight something that isn't a fucking person is much better. Which is why I prefer the Persona 3 shadows. Tarot shadows.
Fair.
Because, like, I've worked retail. Okumura's not that different from what I'm used to. Kaneshira's a mafia boss. Okay, he's doing mafia boss things. Oh, Kamoshida's a... Well, he's not the first person I've ever heard to be that way in a school area, so, whatever. That's kind of used to it. Fake art thieves? Yep. That makes sense. That's how cutthroat that society is. Dipshit politicians? Need I say more?
I get where you're going.
Whereas Persona 3 is, hey, there's this thing, it's a mystery, and these really powerful shadows show up once every full moon. And they have a direct reflection to human morality. And that's what I like more.
You like the more complex type of stuff. And, I totally get that.
I like my monsters to actually have complexity instead of just like, hey, go beat up this dipshit. It's like, I mean, I can. I wasn't really much of a... Persona 3 and Persona 5, for all Persona 5 does right, I get the point, and I'm not saying that their bosses are crap, because for what the narrative story theming was, it was perfect. But the sense of dread is something I'm missing. Because like, oh no, if you don't do this in time, all this bad stuff will happen. Game over, woo! Whereas, okay, my individual life is kind of fucked. And everyone else's life is slightly fucked. Whereas, Persona 3, you fuck up, Ila Todai's gone. Off the map! Just gone.
I mean, yeah, fairly straightforward.
We should start talking about D&D now.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted him to finally get his thought in since he's holding on to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this definitely is Persona is always something that can cause deep debates and conversations. But it is true.
These days, you're going to have to do a podcast in Persona, Kagato. Just saying.
We should get to the meat and potatoes here. So I'm going to go on ahead and once more summon everyone to the board. So please make sure that you are online so I can summon you. Because I only have I only have 4 people. So that's Anaran, Kaylee, Careless, and Chase. So that's Belle and Akira. That's not here, but I understand why Belle isn't. And Akira is very likely going to be here soon. He's already in the call, so I'm sure he'll pop on. So I'll go on ahead, start off with a synopsis, and then we will go from there. Thankfully, we are on the original map from before. It's not breaking on us this time, and things will at least proceed as I originally intended. So, last time, as Kaylee and Akira relax and look over their spoils, the rest of the party were being welcomed by a welcome to stay permanently within the walls of a living mimic house. I don't poor writing there. Seeking to devour them all. Various pieces of furniture and containers come to life, hungry to devour the intruders, but one by one, they fell. Despite the sheer number of them, both Chase and Belle had something different in mind for the house to feast upon. Boy, I did write this kind of weird. First, Chase paralyzed it with mushrooms he found back in Croy Island, preventing its transformation into its full mimic form, allowing the party more time to escape. Which was expedited by Belle, who also fed it a fruit treat that had gone extremely rotten and molded over ages ago, also obtained in Croy. The Mimic House vomited out its insides, coating the party in bile and other nastiness that took a toll on their health, but also destroyed any remaining mimics and got them all outside relatively safely. The Mimic, paralyzed and blinded and suffering from food poisoning, ended up dying just right there on the spot, ending the horrors, though not without procuring a pair of rings and a short sword, all yet to be identified. Kaylee and Akira awakened and were met with a single rickety bridge to cross the gap, but it was just sturdy enough for them to pass unscathed. On the opposite side, the main path was blocked off by a towering creature of darkness known as a Nightwalker, surrounded by will-o-wisps. Kaylee and Akira instead turned towards a hidden area in the mountainside after hearing some voices belonging to a trio of dwarves from the material plane, having accidentally fallen victim to a fairy circle and arriving suddenly in the Prince of Frost's domain. They come from lands to the north, likely not very far from Kaylee's home. While still sturdy and capable mountain dwarves, they were nowhere near the battle-hardened skill of our adventurers, so while they offered to help against the Nightwalker, Kaylee instead offered for them to stay behind while she and the others took care of it. With a deal struck for the dwarves to help out the carnival until they're able to be taken home, they stayed behind to wait for Kaylee while she and Akira approached the Nightwalker. At the same time, the remaining party crossed a series of similar bridges, each having to deal with its unstable strength, but each crossed one by one, with Belle zooming across using a Chardonnay stride, leaving a trail of fire in his wake that burned the whole thing to the ground, cutting that path off from crossing the same way again. Meeting with Kaylee and Akira, the party combined their forces to deal with the Nightwalker and the Will-o-Wisps, which was rather quick to take down, though not without leaving a painful mark upon Belle, who now cannot heal beyond his reduced health until a long rest. Though Anaran noticed that it had most but not all of its power, indicating something might be wrong with it. And so, the Palace of Frozen Tears is a stone's throw away, as the party had completed their one and only task required of them: survive the trip. And so, we are now passing on to you. It's the wintry music, and we shall begin. At this moment, because we will not be joined by Evelyn, we'll say that she is keeping an eye at the moment on Baltov, who has been staying out of the way, but has not tried to even attempt to escape. Not that he probably even could. Alright, Discord. Let's change it over. Quiet music up a little bit. Alright, and now with that, I pass it on to all of you. This is just moments after the Nightwalker had fallen.
What the frickin' hell was that we just fought?
I'm just quickly.
I was actually disappointed in that fight.
It definitely looked tougher. It definitely seemed like it was supposed to be tougher.
Kagato guidance for a religion check.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, dice.
And Kagato, you can summon me on the board. Actually,
Okay.
Never mind.
13. to
Got there.
identify.
13 to identify. You're identifying an
The
item?
undead.
Oh,
The undead.
okay. Yes, it was indeed a Nightwalker. But for what you know about it, you can't quite exactly put your finger on it, just with the 13. But there definitely wasn't something quite right about it. It was restrained almost.
That was called a Nightwalker. I've only ever heard of them, but stories always said that they could harmlessly pass through a village. Not attack anyone, but that entire village would be dead the next morning anyway.
That's really powerful. I guess we got lucky that it was a little bit weakened here for some reason then.
That's the problem. What's
It-
weakening it?
It tasted weak too.
Well, we can ask the prince when we get to see him. If anybody would know about what happens in his domain, it would be him.
Fair point. So, Kaylee, Akira, what have you two been up to while we've been venturing up here?
Treasure.
Vacation.
Two very distinct, different answers. Okay.
Well, for Kaylee, finding treasure is vacation.
Well, I guess we got lucky too, because we found some treasure too, didn't we?
You call getting vomited out of a mimic house lucky?
Shut up. Not right now. We'll talk about that later.
Oh. You guys
They
found a
already-
mimic, huh?
She already knows, Carolus. You might as well.
Oh, Cywhisper.
Out of
right?
character, how would
Yes.
Keely know?
Because he just
'Cause-
said it. Without
okay.
saying the whole sigh whisper part.
Anyway.
Yeah, Bell thought it might have been one of my other old domiciles, so we went to investigate. And then he grabbed the treasure chest in the cellar, and everything decided to come and eat us.
Looks like there was a mimic. We just missed out on it.
Oh,
We
that's a
actually
small
thought
thing.
that something else was a mimic. We found what appeared to be an oasis. We thought that it could be a mimic trap, but turns out it's just
Yeah, I mean, we had some little adventures. Jello, ghosts. Eh.
So you
yeah, we
guys were
bullied
trying to
some
find...
we bullied some spirits.
Okay, this is ironic. You guys go looking for the mimics, and we're the ones that end up actually fighting the mimics. Ugh.
Blame Bell.
Well, at least we came
What
out
is
of this.
that's not ironic. That's completely expected.
No,
Ironic
we did
that they were
find-
looking for it, but we weren't. That's the
We did
point.
find some more stuff. We did identify the rings, but there's still some more stuff that we need to identify.
Oh, right. Actually, I'll come over, take the ring that he has, hand it over to Kaylee. Got 2 rings and a short sword.
Wow.
Probably good for
Literally
identification.
Akira literally points at
Chase.
Chase.
He's the one
We
who
are
has
not-
to identify.
We are not in a position to do that right now, people.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. We were.
With more-
I definitely
I-
wasn't planning on doing it. No.
I know. That's
Actually, a
like,
good idea not to do it in the middle of a winter storm.
yeah, we're also a stone's throw away from the prince's place. I'd rather get to safe domiciles. Did you find anything else while you were out here, Kaylee?
We found. Let's see. We found 3 rings, which, well, 2 of them Akira has, 1 of them I has. He has the Lion's Heart ring, the Ring of Roses, and I had the Ring of Minor Invisibility.
Okay.
And then we have an Amulet of Devout
You have a bucket.
and a bucket.
Hmm.
That's apparently
Oh.
magical.
A bucket. Ugh.
The amulet I'll take of.
There you go. Oh,
Thank
I don't know who has it. I think Akira might have had it, but
Yeah, either way, we're getting rid of that one. I can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh, and
So
one more
Yes.
thing, since you guys seem like you had such a swell time, Akira pulls out 2 potions of greater mana. It looks like you guys need this.
Honestly-
honestly.
That's a good find. I think we'll need that some other time.
I'll keep
So,
it in.
Okay.
any other? You run into anything else while you're out here?
Not really. Other than the ghosts, we got some greater greater healing potions. We got a scroll of summon Fae, conjure Fae.
Oh, and we
Mhm.
found 3 dwarfs too.
Yeah,
Dwarfs.
Oh,
Native.
yeah,
Material
they're
planers.
I suggested they join us to help out with the circus, and that if they help us out, we can help them get back to the material plane.
Oh, speaking of which, let me let them know that the Shadow Walker's dead.
yes, that would probably be helpful.
Ironic. Come on.
Let's just stay here. They'll bring them to us.
You sure? All right.
Yeah.
Besides, we all show up at once. We don't know what type of dwarves they are. They might start throwing things.
Ah, people! Throw thing. Oh, it's your turn.
Yeah, we're just
Dwarf!
letting you know we we defeated the Nightwalker, the big old creature.
Throw
Ahead.
things.
Very disappointed.
Are they challenging
good.
me?
Opponent.
For real?
You're not over there, Belle. Shut up.
Burp.
Well, I'm not over there because I'm not summoned.
Oh.
Well,
I'm not on the board.
I've been trying.
You see it again?
No, I think it's because he was busy with the other thing, and now he's available to be summoned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now then,
Yeah. We're just
That being
letting you know
said.
we defeated the thing.
that's amazing. That's fantastic. That's stupendous. That's. We get out of
I
here.
will
We get out
say,
of here.
Akira, if they had gone off to deal with it, they would probably die. We're a different breed, if I do say so
we
myself.
Ugh, damn thing's not going down right.
All right.
Well, if you two are finished breeding or whatever it is that you said, whatever, you're gonna take us home, right? Or at least this is carnival thing, right?
Yes.
Well,
No.
what are we waiting for?
Hmm.
Hold up, we do have plans to talk with the
Prince of Frost.
the Prince of Frost.
Oh,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Pretty Princess Frost or whatever. I don't think that you should whack. What? It's a Frost. It's
But-
whatever.
We were thinking that. Oh, okay. I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna be getting out of this place, but I don't know if you'd be very much welcome. I think he'd be kind of upset if we brought more people.
So, are you guys able to still hang out here for the time being?
Well, I would say, yeah, we can stay here.
But you need provisions, right?
We are a little bit low. We were going to go out and hunting for what we could get our hands on, but it was only that thing that was stopping us.
Alright, give me a second.
We
Runs
have
over
a-
to
We have
Anaran, grabs him, sticks
We have
her hand into his bag of clothing and pulls out some meat and stuff. Alright, thank you. Bye!
we have stuff to
runs back over to where the dwarves are.
Adaran just looks, sees what she's taken.
Wow.
Just drops it all in front of him.
So
Well, at
There
least
you go.
she's back to herself, sort
I'm
of.
gonna roll something here. Let's see.
You wanted me to tell you what's in that bag of colding?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Alright. Uno momento.
Only because she just shoved her hand in and grabbed something. I'm gonna have, once I figure it out, I'm gonna have her roll instead of me and see what she snatched.
Maybe she just snatched a bunch of vegetables because.
Alright, so
Oh no.
there is 293 pounds of meat, which is pork, beef, chicken, and other meat. Let that be up. It's not people meat, but other meats. Let that be up to Kagato's creativity. 140 pounds of vegetables and fruits. 10 pounds of cheese.
Just grabs a block of cheese.
3 bottles of red wine. 1 entire pumpkin. And 3 ferrets. 3 dead ferrets.
And based
All
on that
right.
noise, I already know
So
which
let's see.
one
1,
Kaylee and
2,
Evan
3, 4,
grabbed.
5, 6. All right, Kaylee, roll me 2d6.
2d6.
Yes.
What's she gonna boil? the
Yeah,
ferrets
it's
and put 'em in
each
stew?
one has an individual roll. So 1d6 and then another d6.
Okay.
Please.
So the first d6 is 3.
So
Okay.
some of the cheese.
So I knew it. I fucking knew it. I grabbed him.
You grab a fistful of cheese.
And vegetables and fruits.
So
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. The
just
broccoli
comes
and cheese
over-
on it's
She
delicious.
just comes over with a cheese wheel and a bunch of vegetables because that's what Kaylee eats.
you
And she
just
just
grabbed a
comes over.
charcuterie board for these hungry dwarves.
Remember, this is technically a bag of holding for the purposes of food and only food. So this is literally, she's like, oh, I know what food is. Boink. The non-meats. And it's like, yeah, this is food. Boing.
I was hoping
guys
it would be the
go.
ferrets. I was hoping it would be the ferrets just so that she comes over like, look, see what Schmeagol does.
There's only one way to eat a bunch pair of cootie.
Big Amaranth still has summons and scorpion meat too, so you know.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna roll a percentage here. Hold on a second. I need to roll a percentage on something because again
And this
she
is the
just
dangers.
she randomly stuffed her hand down and grabbed stuff. So I gotta roll now a percentage. So give me a second.
This is the dangers of getting your hands in whatever the fuck Anaran's pockets are.
Now we
So
just use a
yeah.
couple of good taters.
I have no regrets.
So
I
Kaylee,
have no
as you
regrets.
reach your hand in and grab a couple of fistful of food and dash off like a happy little bunny, you arrive only just now noticing what is in your hands as you have
Oh, no.
a fistful of cheese in one hand, a fistful of fruits and veggies in the other. And somehow, some way, you didn't notice this, but when you reached in and grabbed those vegetables, you managed to grab the stem of the pumpkin. As you... So, you're hauling this enormous gourd along with you.
Well, there goes the pumpkin.
What are we gonna use the pumpkin for again?
There's many ways.
Wait, is any of the meat still in there?
All the meat has been untouched, including the dead ferrets and the
No,
wine.
he was saying that to Anaran. He was saying that to Anaran.
Oh, never mind. So they all look over as the elderly dwarf is just thankful at all for the food.
She just holds up the pumpkin with that cute bunny face, being like, "Here you go,
Hodrick,
nice go."
Hodrick's like, well, it is food. Thank you. I don't know how to eat pumpkin. Is it Halloween? What is this?
You cook it.
You can...
You can cook the pumpkin.
All right, hold on. He just takes the pumpkin and puts it right on top of the fire.
Not like
It is how
that.
it's done.
You have to carve it.
Do forgive my lovely rabbit friend. He, that's basically what she eats.
Makes sense. It's fine. It's fine. We are very much lovers of meat, but we do eat fruits and vegetables too. Do not worry. We are fine. This will sustain us until you're able to get back. Thank you very, very much.
If I had asked, Aaron would have given me something, but since I found this more funnier.
Adaron's just back there like, oh damn, there goes the prank pumpkin.
Anyways, I think that should hold you guys over until we get back, so. Or at least until you guys go hunting.
And this thing's actually not so bad. No, he just bites right into the barely cooked raw gourd outside and crunches it.
Oh no.
What's the flavor?
I'm dying.
You're supposed to take out the innards, and you're supposed to use that for things like pies or other sorts of delicious treats. Oh, I was wondering about the texture.
I think he's got that taken care of.
I think so too. We'll be back.
We'll
Hopefully
be
this
all
won't
right.
take
Thank
us.
you so much. We'll wait right here, but if you don't come back for whatever reason, we're probably gonna be leaving. No offense. We believe that you're strong enough, but
Try to head for the Sun Kingdom if you can.
The sun what?
If need be, just mention you're friends of Chaser of Dreams.
Who? Sun where? What are we doing?
She looks over at the Elder and says, just make your way to the Sun Kingdom, talk to someone called Varian, say you're friends of Chaser of Dreams.
That's great and all, but what and where is the Sun Kingdom?
Where it's sunny.
He slowly looks up at the sky.
I am never asking you for
looks
directions.
back at you.
Right?
I am trying. I'm literally trying.
And it's been overcast and dark since we've been here, and I'm almost certain it's been a few days. Where is it sunny around here?
You head past the bridge, you should be able to follow that trail.
Oh, there's a trail. All right. Bridge. Got it. Well, did you cross the bridge? Is it safe?
I mean, the bridge we crossed was pretty safe.
Yeah, we didn't have any issues of it.
Oh, that's good. All right.
I swear
well,
to God, if we get these dwarves killed.
Nah, it'll be fine.
All right. Well, we don't come back, then we look for a bridge and we go and keep going until sunshine.
Here's my suggestion. We don't come back in what feels like a day, then head out. All right?
All right. Then at least you're not having us wait for too long. We can do that. Though it would be preferable if you did come back, so please do so.
We will.
We will.
They're gonna die. No, they're not.
Well, I mean, if they do die, at least we get roasted dwarves.
What?
Oh God. Nothing. Bye.
I don't like roasted
I have to go
oats.
get a drink after this.
All right, let's continue our venture.
Kaylee, what did you need a pumpkin for?
They needed food. I gave
Who
them
needed
pumpkin.
food?
The dwarves. Over there.
Alright, we'll come back
She's
again.
Come on, she won't invite us to meet her new friends.
We'll come back
okay,
again.
okay,
We'll
people, let's just keep moving. We have a mission to
Anyways.
finish here.
I will be right back. I need a drink.
Mhm. We'll come back and get them when we're done with the prince. Hopefully he'll let us come get them.
Oh, that's not.
All right.
Oh, that's why.
You're so used to having it down here. Oh.
Ah.
right.
Nah.
Yeah?
She was no, she missed a perfect opportunity when giving him directions. Tell him to avoid that left turn at Albuquerque. I'm not even
Okay.
That is a very peculiar joke to make there, but okay.
I mean, it references Beauty Tunes. You should know this.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think you did.
I know Albuquerque is a Bugs Bunny joke.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, let me get, whoop, that's the wrong button.
Why do
Let me
we
get you
always
all here.
these fucked up situations?
I mean, just be like me. I'm just scrolling through porn just to let you guys go through your thing.
You know what? That's not actually a terrible idea.
Jesus. Okay.
God.
Okay. I thought I only had to get sidelined by some shit like that when I play Road Trader with Belle. Good lord!
Well, at least he's honest with it.
That, yeah?
I'm being tamed on this. I read you guys all the raunchy shit I look at.
Yeah, you did.
Wait.
Yeah, you
there
did.
was
I
a
literally
book reading
show you
session for this?
people.
That they were for their Left 4 Dead sessions, Kagato.
So you're going
No.
around killing zombies, playing Left 4 Dead, and Ren's just. And this is an excerpt.
Yes.
No, actually he did that,
During one of the D&D sessions before it went live.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I read you guys a little insert of the game I played.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah,
showing
see
one,
too.
and then he came up with that way better read.
This is not any call at that point, but good lord, people.
Okay. Alright.
But back to the story.
How many games I have?
Quite a few, Ren.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got rid of a few. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yeah, I only have 9.
Are we counting pirated titles?
Oh no, this is stuff I bought.
Okay. Because the stuff I bought, I think I'm on. Actually, I need to pull up the list. 1 second. 1 second. Because I'll play this game.
God.
Fuck it.
By the way,
Basically.
there is a Steam sale going on, so you could buy more
Ah.
at a discount.
Stop. Let us
me take a
focus
look
on
at
the
it.
story.
Well, I'm gonna take a look on that
I'll
while
use
we
the outside.
discuss the story.
For that.
All right.
But let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
As you're looking, I would
Yeah.
like to point out we are now on a new map. As the castle looms high in the distance, its frozen spires casting a chilling shadow across the snow, there is a bridge that connects the land that you are on to the palace, where you can see, even from here, pairs of flapping white wings.
I can take care of horse girls.
Oh God.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, hey,
Let me. Oh God. Let me guess, Kagato. Multiple sets, multiple white dragons.
From where you're at right now, you have no idea, but they are large and they are white, and there are at least 2 that you can see.
So I'm just gonna go with the assumption of multiple white dragons.
53, 54. Holy shit. 53, 54.
Oh, we either slain the dragon.
Or you're
Or
laying the
yes.
dragon.
I will do the sacrifice if I have to.
Ugh.
Don't worry, guys. I can handle this.
I have an unused figurine of a very nice looking dragon lady that also turns into full dragon form
Death
Oh,
by
yeah.
that I have not used.
Rebellions, are you actually counting how many porn games we have right now?
Bell,
Focus.
after session, please. Focus up, please.
Everyone's approaching the bridge as Bell sits back and opens up a very personal book of his and starts reading some excerpts to himself as Theo looks over and gazes upon it. Bell, what's that? Bell, what's that? Bell, what's that? What does that mean? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
You'll know all and see all soon enough.
She just sees a book written by the great gallant Jiraiya.
Ugh. Anyway.
So, Anaran, since you are the first to approach, I'm not going to find them for this. I'm just going to say that the torches on the left and right side both illuminate with a cold blue flame, and the door open up.
Alright.
Your eyes open.
There they are. Now I can actually put the flames in. Yes. You come across the next gate, and once more, both flames are lit. And it opens up for you, as if it was expecting you, welcoming you. Getting closer to the castle, you do notice that there are 2 doors, one dead ahead that leads to the castle proper, one to the right of you. That looks to be a small kind of containment building of some sort. Too small to be a house, more like a very fancy looking shed.
Kaylee, don't go messing with another person's shed. It's
Anaran grabs her like a leash and pulls back.
not just the back of her hood, like, sweetie, I understand. You probably sense treasure like your husband. However, this is not the man whose shed you want to raid.
Fun times can be later. Fun times we can later.
Invited.
To a man, their shed is their only sanctuary. Hello.
Oh,
So you do come down, and there are a pair of white dragons that are on alert as you approach, yet they do not do anything. They do not approach, they do not roar, they do not breathe their icy breath, but they do stare and watch.
Anaran does one quick bow. Alright.
That's
Still
Where
dragons.
are you? There you are.
remember.
Welcome, sir.
back.
We.
Where's
Back up,
What?
Oh, there he is.
Go back.
I
Alright.
did not see him.
It's because I only
Pop
summon
in.
them right now.
Yeah.
aren't I depressed?
Look, I don't have many opportunities to do this. I like my little grand entrance. Hello and welcome everyone to the Castle of Frozen Tears, or Palace, whichever you prefer. Just know that you need to be on your best behavior if you do not mind. The prince is a very busy man, and he is not very keen with outsiders. Though this is a special case. Therefore, please do your best to not say anything stupid.
Are the
Please.
dragons female by chance?
I'm sorry, I can't. That's probably gonna get happened.
No, that's actually a fair question to ask. They are indeed. They actually do belong to the sisters. The prince's own dragon is kept in his own area. Why do you ask?
I am.
Yeah, Kara,
I
you
am
know.
very fascinated with dragons.
Excellent, as you should be. They are very magical, majestic creatures, are they not?
Yoink!
Yes, they are.
Enran pulls on the leash.
Oh, the leash for Baltov.
I was on my way over. Evelyn's escorting me.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, patience is not really a virtue here.
So I see that you all survived the trip, including our other guest, looking directly at Baltov. That's fantastic. That means that he might actually give you enough time to introduce yourselves. God damn it.
Damn it, Glenn.
Well, then immediately cast you off to the side as nothing but mere annoyances. So there is hope for you yet. Well, without further ado, let us go inside, shall we? I'll open the doors and I will see you within. So he fades and the doors begin to open to a new map.
Yeah, I figured as much.
I figured. There's no way we can traverse to this giant thing.
Well, I mean, this is designed to be traversable. It's just oogle on the inside.
Ugly.
It's like a ruined temple, but I loved how the outside looked. It looked perfect.
It
So
looks really good, yeah.
all right. So
Don't hit me with the party poopers.
Hey!
every party needs a pooper, though.
Alright. I finished my count.
It took you that long?
Yep.
Oh, do I really even want to know the number?
I posted it.
Sky,
I
don't.
posted the final count in the voice list. I'll say it. I don't care.
My fucking god.
Nope. I'm not saying that. Nope. Nope.
Let's just say it's
148,
much.
188
it's
if
in
it's
the
counting
triple
pirate
digits.
games.
Yes.
Never mind.
148. 88 if I'm counting, if including pirated. Though it is worth noting this is over the course of like 7 years, so. And a lot of those games only last like 2 hours to completion. Not in that way. I realize I have to make that distinction. I literally just meant from start of game to end of game.
Okay, please. Before
But
something.
I started
You have no idea how difficult it is to maintain character with this conversation.
I don't care who started it, I'll finish it.
Oh, will you now?
Children, contain yourselves. If we get you in here.
Hey, with me, with my lonely ass, you think I'm going to contain myself?
You do whatever the fuck you want, Akira. None of us can control
Exactly.
you.
Why am I the only one getting judged?
Let me summon you.
Hello, game.
All
Must be a
right.
serious fucking moment, and here you two are.
All right. There's a song I need to grab here. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
So
Oh god.
When you first enter, there is a small entryway that leads you to this large door. You can feel that things have not changed as far as warmth. While you are now indoors, it feels as cold as ever. Mostly because of all the windows that are surrounding this palace, all of them wide open to the elements. So you are not safe from the cold even in here. The next set of doors open for you. Inside, you can hear the sound of somebody lonely sweeping the floor. To your left and to your right, you can see that there are several individuals encased in ice, unmoving. It appears to be, at the very least, about 10 one side, maybe about 20 overall. Various different people, species. There is no sign of the Prince of Frost, nor of any of his closest companions, though there are a few kobolds running around. They seem to be doing something with some purple-colored crystals.
Homie. Real homie.
Oh, I didn't know that we had guests.
Does a 15 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. That's 11 slashing and 7 poison.
So
oh, I'm not done. Extra attack. Extra attack does an 8. So I'm assuming an 18 also hits.
Yep.
Okay, that is 4 slashing, 5 poison, and 14 radiant from True Strike.
So all that, as she turns and sees you, her eyes open wide as she's about to say something before you go and basically flat out attack her, and she dies right on the spot.
Anna will just gently pull, and then he'll cast a healing word on Frida.
You will do no such thing!
Bell.
Let me finish.
Let the doc let Kagato finish first.
It's not that necessary, as soon as you strike her down, there's some kind of a magical wisp of darkness that tends to go into her that gets her back up onto her feet.
No.
Bell.
He's gonna grab his cloak and pull him back.
Can I talk, players, please? For fuck's sake.
What's up?
I'm sorry.
Chill. It's okay.
I know. I know. It's
okay.
Bell, I understand your frustrations, but we are guests in an archfae's home. While he appreciates using his new punching bag, let's not wear it out right now.
So, since he's not over there, I'm going to have him arrive right here.
Let's not assume he's fine with this.
Oh, I see that you all have met Frida. Yes, don't be too concerned. She's just our cleaning lady, and she is being punished for her prior transgressions. And don't worry, she's already been dealing with plenty of deaths at this point. What's a few more?
So I can use her all I like, and there's no repercussions for this.
Oh, absolutely. Wait, no, not them. Anyone but them.
Make that 189. You guys go on ahead. I've got this.
Yoink.
Anaran, it will keep him distracted.
I know it will.
Belle, you can notice that she has no power at all. There is a gigantic ball and chain attached to her ankle and a pair of shackles held together by its own chain surrounding her wrists. While she does look fully in hag form, the fact that she was able to easily fall to your blade means she's about as frail and powerful as a literal old woman.
If you're into older women, Belle, be my guest.
You! She just hobbles over. You ate me, you
I
little...
step on the ball and chain.
Akira immediately put the blade against her neck, and I will eat you again.
They
However,
weren't very tasty, though.
someone is preoccupied with you, so I'll let him have it.
If you try it again, I hope you choke! Much apologies. She's supposed to be a far more welcoming host than that. Frida, my dear, you should be actually welcoming your guests with open arms and a smile. I hate you. I know.
And another death.
Minions, you might need to start refining those crystals a little bit faster because I have a feeling that our dear Frida is going to be dying quite a lot tonight. Huh? You got it, boss? Well, seeing as that you all are here, please make yourselves comfortable around here. I will see that His Highness is made aware of your arrival. And he just swoops behind and goes down a hallway.
Anaran just completely ignores what's happening behind him.
Yeah, it's just the sound of blood-curdling screams and, well, blood itself being splashed upon the ground over and over again.
Actually, Frida,
Wow!
Millicent sends her regards. Have fun, Belle.
I'm coming to
Poison
Kill.
spray right down her throat.
Oh, yeah.
Don't use up all your spell slots, Belle.
Oh no, that was free. That's a cantrip. I can do this all day.
I'm just a rogue. What do I know?
Admiral just gently pull on the leash.
I guess
So this is what you do to your enemies. Oh. Though then
We
again,
gave
it
you
is
the
a
chance to
hag, so
avoid
I'm not
this.
all that surprised.
I mean,
But-
we gave you out.
Nope, I just got issues to work through.
As he says that Chase is gonna walk over and whisper in Baltrog's ear what Akira did to Grayson all those months ago.
Forgot about that.
That's what we do to people that we really don't like.
That wasn't even my
Yeah,
best
you got
work.
off lucky.
You're psychotic.
That wasn't my best work, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say psychotic? I mean utterly insane.
Kind of have to be to survive in the material plane sometimes.
Yeah, true, but most of us realize we're insane, so that's why we're so dangerous.
You know
Plus,
what? I can
reminder-
understand and respect that.
Reminder, we gave you the way out. You did not take it.
Well, yes, that was my bad.
Bad.
Oh, you'll be lucky if you even leave this palace today.
We'll see what kind of mood he's in, but
I almost wish that I prepared a looping sound of stabbing and blood curdling for this moment. I did not expect this, but I should expect the unexpected. When it
What
comes
else
to,
did you think he was gonna do?
I don't know, floss in front of her.
I mean,
That is
the only,
happening. It's just happening. Like, it's happening at the same time.
you see, the funny
I can
thing
do both.
is,
I am quite the multitasker.
Belle's only making her job worse because he's making a mess on the carpet.
You just imagine somebody walks by, sees Belle doing that, and this is what they say.
He's already dead.
He's already dead.
Well, I was saying that the blood just disappears because she comes back too, but we'll just say the powers that be in this castle overhears that, and now her blood does not return to her, making a bigger mess.
Oh, Frida, you missed a spot.
I
need
free
these
of these shackles.
self-cleaning
I'm going to
pockets.
stuff this thing down your throat.
I
Sue wants
just
a crack at her.
I just hold open her mouth. She wanted it down the throat, Sue.
Rears back. Baseball swing. Just slams it down. Just the mace right down the throat.
You are so cruel to an old woman.
Says an old woman that tried to freeze my comrades.
So, Belle, is it lodged in there good enough?
I don't know. I grab the end of it and push harder.
You have effectively turned Frida into a macicle stick.
Okay. As fluid goes up and up and up. Still holding on to the hammer.
Okay.
And thus Frida is being pulled up and up and up.
Continue.
Okay, so you're just she is, and then Sue just lets the hammer drop.
You know, I didn't think I'd actually get to make good on this. I pick her up by the hammer, and I start mopping up the blood.
So, yeah, you just literally pick up you hold by the hammer, and considering she weighs about as much as a snowflake right now, you are very easily able to just squeegee the floor, just wiping her dress all over the blood as it sops it up. She
Dress, hair, whatever.
would probably be crying if not for the fact that she's filled with an enormous amount of rage.
Alright, I'm just dragging it with us now. Now, as we go to meet the guy who runs this place.
Well, I hit stop. Why didn't it stop? There we go. So
Meanwhile, Kira and Kaylee are just sitting off on the little benches, kicking their feet.
So about halfway through that, the prince and the two sisters had already arrived and sat down, watching this whole display. Lord Rhymeharrow says nothing. They all just say nothing, and they just continue to watch this abuse of Frida. And by the time that Belle drags her forward, Lord Rhymeharrow just does speak it like, "Oh, don't feel free to continue on. You do not need to stop on our account. This is actually entertainment."
Okay.
So let me get
I'm
appropriate
just
music.
I'm just gonna then go about the room using her as a fucking feather duster.
Okay. Well, my lord, she does appear to still be playing her part, doing her job, though she is having to get assistance from outsiders. It's very embarrassing, I must say. I think that she should probably have her sentence increased by a couple millennia. What do you believe? He just seems to grin and just nods his head.
Oh,
Six
and
months.
Anaran's like, oh, he has a ice devil. Okay, yep, nope, this checks out.
Yep. So as they appear, the ice devil does actually drop down from the rafters with a spear in hand, though not raised to do anything to you, more so acting like a guard, just keeping you at a distance. Though she does regard you. Hello, all of you. My name is Azeromis. I would ask you all to please remain where you are standing. Those two over there, sitting down, you're fine. Just don't touch anything. We're here for business, are we not?
But my body's touching something. She rubs her butt all over the bench.
I'm just halfway through lifting her up to scrub something, and I'm like, does this count?
Forgive them.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
There's actually a bit of laughter coming from Lord Rhymeharrow from this. The sisters, however, their gazes are just completely cold and stoic. They have no emotion. Kaylee, you find that your lantern is going off like a bright beacon. The sisters appear to be undead. Rhymeharrow was as well, but now what was once a dim light is now a bright, blinding almost beacon. Now I need to actually get to music here.
Kaylee, if you might want to put that away.
Fine.
And here we go.
Technically, I can turn it off.
True.
Now I found the song.
She
Took me a
just
second.
puts it out.
So, now then, we should probably get down to business. Ladies and gentlemen, adventurers who've made it all this way, I introduce you to his lordship of the palace, the Prince of Frost. So, I had something written down here. So the prince himself appears on the throne highest above the rest, sitting upon it, one hand resting on the hilt of a sword, the other carelessly flickering magic between his fingers, like a bandit's favorite coin. His arrival appears to drop the temperature even further in the room. His eyes stare at the party, fierce and uncaring, though with a small smirk at what is going on with Frida and Belle, showing that there is a bit of fey playfulness still within him, even if he does well to hide it. There is also hints of pride, loneliness in his heading deeper, though many of you have been on your adventures long enough to be able to tell. He briefly regards you, and then signals Lord Rhymeharrow to leave them for the moment. Which he does as he nods to him and then nods to the rest of you and fades away. It's not often that I willingly accept visitors to my home, less often still that I do so for those from another world. However, I have been receiving oddly frequent messages from you about your exploits here, and my father bade me to consider speaking at your request, and as such, I am intrigued. So you, adventurers who braved the frozen path, I implore you, to entertain me your story, and why you all are even here to bother me otherwise.
Alright, Anaran, this is your show.
So, Anaran will just deeply bow to the prince, to the sisters, and to the devil. My sincerest apologies for getting this all unusual events for you occurring. And had I known that there was a proper person to message instead of yourself, your lordship, I assure you, I would have messaged them instead. For that, I apologize.
Your apology is accepted on the grounds that you did not know. I'm not so cold-hearted to punish for something as silly as that. Though, what's to come next, that will be different.
Of course. With proof, we have brought Prince Baltov of the Bullywog clan. The king is dead. Thama, or Bell, could you please dump out the king's corpse?
Yeah, there's just a thud as I just drop it, and then as I just drop what I'm doing and walk over to dump it out. I didn't think I'd ever be able to relate to this level of violence, but I'm gonna ignore that.
Physical proof that what we said before about trying to go after the drowned king was not all hocus pocus.
Indeed. You, the prince. I'm looking directly into your eyes, and I do not see any fear or remorse or even anything when seeing your own father dead before your eyes. That's curious. My father was dealing with the drowned king. He had plans that I did not agree with. I had my own ideals, my own plans. And one of them has to deal with the drowned king, or rather his permanent removal. Oh, is that so? So you do not care about the condition of your father, the legacy that he tried to give you? Lack of love for one's own family. In place of ambition. Very interesting indeed. Well then, as far as the rest of you are concerned, you have my interest. What is it that you already know of the drowned king?
Very little, unfortunately.
Then we are alike in
learning.
that matter. All we know is that he and another companion of his arrived quite some time ago. Though his companion is no longer able to be seen by any of our eyes, he has remained and has been doing nothing but being a nuisance.
I am aware of the other two High Fae under his thumb, and Lord Malric, who is also under his thumb. Would this other companion not be one of the names I have already sent?
So you're not aware then? Or perhaps you are? Do you have any idea of any bird companions of his?
We know of a bird.
Don't say it.
We
Don't
know
say
of-
it.
We know of, well, in our travels we've met a bird, a kinku. gone by a few names. One in particular we are familiar with is Dragon's Howl. Is that him?
How about, if I may, create a bonsai tree of the king who we are aware of? See if the images match.
Yes, that appears to be the one with a cloak of feathers.
Well, now we know where he went after we destroyed a Yuan-Ti temple. Wait. He's not helping Shadow. Maybe Shadow. I mean, that's stuff I have to look into later. Either way. Now, I only brought...
have something to do with... Sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead. I did bring the Prince Balatov here. Your mother and your father, Her Grace and his lordship, wanted to put him in their zoo. I thought for someone that is, even by proxy, a traitor to your realm, that maybe you would want to have your word on his punishment.
He actually steps down from the throne, and as he walks forward, he just steps on the head of the king. Moves past.
He was already
you.
headless.
Oh, that's right. He just steps on the body of the king, just completely disregarding it. Of course that my parents would look at you as nothing more than a pet. We here of the Unseelie have different ideas. We are going to consider your fate, but that will come in time.
Anaran will just hold up the hand that currently has the leash wrapped around it.
So you're magically tethered. Miss, take him to the back. As
Anaran
you
will
wish,
move
sir.
his hand to offer the leash to her.
And she takes him back behind the throne where the prince and the sisters once came from, where Lord Rhymeharrow had escaped to. As far as this is concerned, I see that Frida is a little bit busy.
I'm finished with her. But,
if that's the case... oh, go ahead.
But a recommendation for that little one. I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you guys handle things. Clearly, you view him as a. I will give my input that he is a talented enough spellcaster that. Depowering him fully the way you seem to have done with this one probably would be a waste of something useful to you.
Well, Belle, the Sealy Court already did that to him.
Oh, yeah, well, they... Yeah,
They have his magic.
Temporarily.
So, He takes a sword and just sticks it into the remains of the Emperor as he completely turns into ice, then picks him up by the ankle and then just hurls him back towards the back, where he shatters into several tiny ice pieces. Frida, sweep. As you wish, your lordship.
And give Sue her hammer back.
She actually was holding on to it. My apologies, Sue. As she goes over and hands Sue back her hammer.
Sue takes it, and then she swiftly turns to the right. The cannon smacks her in the head.
Dang it! As entertaining as it is to see a failure be punished in such a way, I am now inclined to believe that it was you who were responsible for her failure. Am I to be correct on this? As he turns and
She-
heads back up.
Cursed me
That-
to turn into cardboard for 6 months.
There's
On
that,
and off.
and yes, your lordship, you are correct. We are the ones that put a stop to it.
On one hand, I'd
For-
prefer if you didn't, considering that freezing over the material plane is something I long for very much.
Under the idea of defending our own home, something I believe even you would understand.
That is the other side of the coin. The fact that she was too weak to even properly do her job correctly, and that a band of adventurers were able to lay her low, though, as you say, in defense of your home, that I can understand.
I mean, to be honest, we were half the reason she got as strong as she did. So
Yeah, she held my sister's life hostage and then cursed me to turn into cardboard periodically. I don't care for this woman.
That's fine, I don't care much for her either, nor do I care about what she did to you and yours. That's besides the point. The point
As for why we are here, I am seeking not only your aid in the coming war towards the drowned king, but also, as he gets on both knees and bows his head, to offer my services as an apology for the affront that my predecessor's champion has done.
He comes down and stands directly in front of you. The very fact that you said such a thing has now revealed to me far more than you probably should have.
Your lordship, I understand this entireness of you has occurred because of a lie, because of deception. I do not wish to lie to you, to deceive you. I simply wish to try and mend, if only a fraction, of the damage that the clergy I am part of has caused.
Oh, that's very amusing. He takes the blade of his sword and just gently lays it on the back of your bowed head. Considering how much I hate that Raven Queen, and the fact that you have delivered yourself to me, a champion of hers, with your head bowed in the perfect position to remove your head.
However, that being said, I am also the reason the Raven Queen is now considering returning Charest.
Is that so? He kneels down and actually grabs you by the collar and pulls his face right up to yours, and he just gazes into your eyes. Let's see. He seems to be casting something. As you can see, the pupils of his eyes turn more white, and magic begins to flow between the two of you. He seems to be peeking into your thoughts, your memories. Will you allow him in, or will you try to roll against it?
Anaran allows it, but that also means that he hears a certain people saying, "Hello."
So as he takes a look and looks back into not only the more pressing matters, he does take a moment, and he couldn't help but chuckle once he hears the voice of sorrow. Oh, you are a very interesting individual, aren't you? Not only are you the champion of the one I hate most, but you actually come with a few other guests that I wasn't even aware of.
And Zoro speaking. Unfortunately, your mother bade me from causing the trouble and stir. Sorry, I couldn't properly introduce myself.
I
Well,
don't even really care, honestly. So you are hiding within him for what purpose? Does it have anything to do with me, or could I just ignore you?
it has nothing to do with you if you don't want it to have to do with you. But then again, we've already had this chat 1,000 times, so...
Don't think I haven't heard people listening to my rantings and ravings. There's always been something in the air.
Of course.
You would choke on what you would try to take from me, so don't even try.
Oh, Princey. That's an adorable joke. Good to know you still have it in you.
I am quite known for my humor, after all.
But what I say that, boy, you will find this, and you know me true. This boy will not lie to you.
I can see that for myself, thank you. I don't need someone from the peanut gallery telling me.
Okay, fine. I'll just start feeding. Bye-bye.
There isn't enough
All right.
for you to be satiated on, is there? Anyway, as he lets go and the connection between him and Sorrow is severed, disgusting creatures. But it does show me one thing. You are incredibly foolish, but you are also telling the truth. The fact that you are willing to come here on behalf of the Raven Queen and not try to weasel your way out, that shows respect, which I can respect. Something that's very short supply. All right. Things are even more interesting now. So, you want me to help you against the Drowned King? You offer me the bullywugs.
I
A nice-
offer you the owls. I offer you the sirens. And I offer you Malric's corpse.
I see, so this is a precursor. This is an opening gift to more. And many of them, the owls especially, they could be useful. Malric, on the other hand, oh, that would be most delightful.
Okay.
However, I can see, as I had noticed, as I had come in earlier and noticed, there's more that you might wish to ask of me. Isn't that right, Worm? As he looks over towards Carolus.
Carolus is just keeping his head bowed low in respect, not saying anything out of disrespect.
You were staring at that one there for some time. Let me guess. You are one who was in love with her. Oh, I wish I could have seen more of how you felt at that time, but Frida's magic was weak and paltry. Would you like her back?
Of course.
Answer me!
Sorry, Kagato, my throat died there for a second. He speaks up. Yes, I would like her back, your lordship.
Then what are you going to give me in return?
What would you request? Besides, we've already offered you the owls.
Oh no, the owls, the sirens, Malric, that is only the gift I'm being given to aid you in this upcoming war against the Drowned King, because I too wish to see him removed. That outsider does not belong on Queen Aurora's throne. The one that blesses the night with one of the very few things I've come to enjoy, the very stars in the sky, which have been robbed from me. So, instead, you had best find...
A trade.
I beg your pardon.
A trade.
A trade?
And if I may, your lordship, I was going to mention that we do have personal business with you. 3 matters of which, however, I was going to more focus on the security of the Feywild first.
I care more about my own personal interests first.
Very well.
We will speak on this matter of a trade first. Then we will discuss the larger matters. So, what is this trade you suggest?
The Kenku you mentioned, would he not suffice?
He arrived and left as quickly as he arrived. I really don't see him as much interest other than the power that he supposedly wields.
Very well. Well, that Kenku worked for a human. That human is the whole reason the Drowned King is here.
I see.
That human has a sister, as he will make a bonsai tree of the Lady in Crimson. A sister he would go to heaven and hell for.
A family member that he loves so dearly. Then that means the separation would be far more crippling.
We have tried that once. We've tried bargaining with her after she tried to kill us. Did not work. We sent her to and he looks at Chase, a prison that I was told was impossible to break out of, and then she broke out of it.
There's no such thing as impossible, only improbable, Anaran.
Point is, I understand that we may not leave the Feywild with the Agenasi woman, but a trade. You allow us to carry the same type of ring that took her, and when we get the Lady in Crimson, and when we send her to you, that you return this Air Genasi woman that my companion here, loves.
You see, that ring is actually what's binding her here. If you take it, then you will be forced to take her as well, and I would prefer if that were not the case. See, she is quite knowledgeable. She does have a lot of experience with the material plane and has therefore gained quite a bit of insight on things. For what you actually see before you are not only just my prisoners, but they also all have something in common. They are all well-traveled individuals, not worth killing. And it is nice to hear some insight from them, as they all are the voices of the mist. They are all my counsel. So, I ask, do you truly want to take the ring with you now and take one of mine away from me? Just as long as you absolutely promise one that you are going to regret if you break.
Would it not be possible for you to create an additional item that serves the same purpose? I am more than willing to take her now on borrowing her. But I am more willing if it means showing you that I am more than willing to abandon a fellow mortal to trade for one of my comrades.
If I might...
Bell looks like he wants to say something too, so let's start with Bell since he stepped forward first. Hold on to that thought, Chase. Bell, did you want to say something?
Let Chase go first.
Okay.
Well,
Then Chase, you go.
I have hard to play, but
I'd have to say, is that ring different from the others you used? Because when I checked it, I saw no sign of curse on that ring. That's something that, well, by the laws of magic, should not be.
The laws of whose magic?
Mistress. Someone who, while she does enjoy many a practical joke, there are certain rules she does not appreciate breaking. The rules of curses are one of them.
Well, if she has such a problem with the way I handle my magical trinkets, then she can come and address me herself, which she does not seem to have done so. So I don't think she cares quite that much.
Well, she's fickle, but she may very well show up when you least expect it. I was simply voicing my opinion, but whatever. Go ahead, Belle.
a soul for a soul.
Isn't that already what we've been discussing?
I mean mine.
Yours. What game are you playing at?
May I approach?
You already were well on your way. Might as well continue.
Yes, but that's not the throne. I'm gonna walk up. What do you see in me?
Ah, another interesting individual to gaze into. Let's find out, shall we? And he does the very same thing that he did to Anaran. He looks up.
And
I'm not going to find another individual living within the bodies of each and every one of you, am I? Because this is now 2 for 2.
only the cat down there, but you know. But I think that's actually just mental strain. I think.
You will not
I don't-
find another being like Sorrow living in his head, no.
Not like Sorrow. but certainly sorry. This is the soul that you wish to offer me? What exactly do I have to gain from this one?
You covet knowledge, right?
That is indeed
That's what
something
you.
that
That's
I
what
am
you
very
said is
interested in.
valuable.
Plenty-
Sir. Knowledge
yes.
of material plane, knowledge of magic, etc.
Knowledge is power, and I certainly enjoy having plenty of knowledge.
Knowledge
What
is
knowledge-
power,
What
and I've done
knowledge-
quite well.
Hmm.
Material plane, the weave, what all, anything in regards to that you may need. I'll have to keep the body, but you can trade me out for her in the meanwhile as collateral until we've accomplished whatever you see fit to return me.
You see, when it comes to making deals, even trades are what matter. And the very fact that you are even willing to give over a part of yourself as collateral in the first place, this one must be very important to you. Or at the very least,
To me?
to him.
And he is important to me.
Oh, so many of you coming in with just love of friendship and such, it makes me sick.
Yeah, you'd probably like my other face a little bit more.
There is actually much that has been put on offer, and much that you request in return. This is towards all of you. I am going to speak with my council on this. See what benefits I truly gain from all of this. If only just to get that filth off of Queen Aurora's throne. That puts things in a bit more of a positive light for all of you.
Oh, right. My apologies. Two things. The woman whose bonsai tree I showed you is a master of what I believe to be gravity magic, if that matters to you at all. And Lady Aurora has returned.
The fact that I've already seen into you and know that you would not lie to me actually put some weight behind that. She has returned.
Sort of. Body, yes. Memories, no.
Ah, of course.
The drowned king, as you will gesture towards Kaylee, companion here has found out is using those memories to empower his weaker forces. It is the whole reason that the drowned king, that the Kitsunes are going out of control. It's the whole reason Balrog thought he was invulnerable. And it's the whole reason that the owls and the sirens are suddenly making moves.
Kagato, I have a question.
Yes.
When we destroyed the crystal, did it leave anything behind?
Pieces of itself. No
Okay.
longer powered.
I'm gonna say Kaylee clicked at those pieces and she holds it up to him.
I'll allow it. He was going to figure it out either way by looking into your memories. In fact, he'll probably still do so just to verify it. So he looks down at your open hand, seeing the crystal. And then he looks into your eyes. I wish to see what you have seen. And that's when he starts to see you, your relationship with Tsunami, the crystal, where you found it, the state of things. And then that's when he pulled away. I had my thoughts that you were a Harengon, but it appears that I have been mistaken. You are similar, yet different. Still very similar to one of her people.
I will say that I didn't know she was a queen here.
It matters not if you thought that she was or that she was not. What matters is that she's back and she can reclaim her place. Bring the night back.
I have one question.
You are allowed to ask.
What is Aurora to you?
Aurora to me is somebody who provides even the most modicum amount of remaining joys that I have left.
Just letting you know, Kagato, you're kind of cutting out a little bit.
Sorry.
I think
I'll
it's because you're kind of you're a little bit whispering against the mic, so a little hard.
Sorry, so I'll try again.
It's okay.
She provides one of the only small enjoyments that I have left.
Which is the stars. Am I correct?
Indeed. While we do have almost perpetual night here, it has been taken over by the clouds. And even when they disperse, there's nothing but an empty void above my head. The stars, their beauty.
Oh, sorry.
It's one thing I miss.
So you don't hold any contempt to Aurora?
Not at all. In fact, I would appreciate it if she were to reclaim her throne.
Then I will let you know that that's what we plan on doing. Not just taking down the Drowned King, but helping Aurora reclaim her throne so that she can return those stars.
The state that you found her, at least in that crystal, I saw what you saw, even what was written in that book. Her memories are being weaponized. This is a trick of the Unseelie. He has had some modicum of Unseelie influence. And yet he's acting out against the entire land. This I will not allow. Goes back, sits down on top of the throne. There is one more thing that I would like to inquire about before I retreat back to our quarters to discuss, and that is of you, as he went over to Chase.
It has been a long time since the soul has put eyes on you. I just wish that I remembered you.
As I thought, we have met before, and yet we have not. You were Chaser of Dreams.
And am again.
Not the same. Still, he was a very honest soul. One that I found to be quite entertaining with his little trinkets. I see that at the very least it has evolved and passed on to you with that toy next to you. Remarkable.
Toy to you. Wrath to but the wrath of power to those lesser than you.
Aren't toys meant to bring joy and fun to those that claim them?
Fair point.
As such, it is good to see that his endeavors had borne fruit in some way. Still a shame that I didn't inquire more. But that is not of importance. Sisters, gather up the council. We need to have many things to discuss.
If I may, your lordship, there were some personal requests from your mother, her grace, that I am acting as the messenger for.
Oh, good heavens, what on earth could it be?
Well, for one, she would like to see you more often, but she understands your desire to be on your own. And the second is something I have offered, and she seemed to be in agreement with. Though I don't think she understands the full details. If I am allowed, my role where I'm home is therapist. And I see in your eyes loneliness, pain, hatred, a lot of emotions that I understand. For reasons that I also kind of understand. I have shared with her grace, the truth I have found of Lady Sheree abandoning her promise to you. Her sacred vow, which I understand here is a taboo worse than many crimes.
You're well informed.
And I am on your side.
On my side willingly in this case of love and lost as one that represents the being I hate most. This is almost comical. Priorities.
If you would allow me.
I do not wish for your therapy, nor do I care about your feelings on the matter. But if you were, in fact, able to produce her back to me, things could be different. So that way I might make her join her sisters after maybe, millennia of torture for leaving me as she did.
So he just taps his holy symbol. You have your answer, though it doesn't really matter to me, and shouldn't matter to us, what he does with her.
Oh, is she listening? Hello, Queenie. If it weren't for the fact that there's so much being offered, I would have your champion here licking after the remains that Frida cleans up. But at the very least, you've come to respect the predicament and have prepared yourself. On that, sisters, gather them up. We have much to discuss. Lord Ramharrow! Yes, sir, as he appears. Watch over our guests, if you do not mind. They are free to wander the castle as they see fit, just as long as everything remains in place. I do not wish to see one thing removed. Do you understand me? Yes, yes, sir. Good. And he seems to float behind his throne and make his way back. The sisters, each one, going down to a different row. They cast something that begins to remove the ice that surrounds each and every individual. As you can see now with the ice being removed, indeed, they all appear to have something in common. They are all adventurers or scholars in some way, whether it be for a long time or a short time, but they all still appear to be more than just a common man or woman or anything. Of course, one being Lazuli as she comes awake along with the rest of them, though she is immediately pulled towards her duties along with everyone else. She does gaze at the lot of you, looks at you, Careless, and she smiles, says nothing else, does not wave, but you are acknowledged. She is happy to see you.
He gives a small smile back, and he'll mutter under his breath, "We'll get you out of here."
Before she leaves,
Okay, let me bring it
Kaylee
back.
will connect to her through Psy Whispers and basically tell her, "We're here to rescue you. Just hold out for a little bit longer. Who knows? He might be leaving tonight."
The
Not
very
sure.
fact that you actually connected with her with Psy Whispers means that she now is able to communicate with you freely. As
You're cutting in and out, Kagato. Sorry.
all right, sorry.
Yeah, I think
I'm-
you need to disconnect and reconnect real quick.
Yeah, let me try that. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right, let's try now.
Okay.
I might also need to just speak louder. I just really got into the moment, so of course caused his voice to get a little bit lower, a little bit. Anyway,
Yeah.
So I'll try to speak with more of a boom, and also have my face a little bit closer to the mic, so it helps. So yes.
Get
Now-
close and personal.
Get close and personal. So Lazuli does respond to you, and she responds with a voice that doesn't sound like she's in pain or in tears, but just happy. As she speaks to you for the first time in quite some time. I'm just glad to see that everyone's safe, and the fact that you came for me. But I'm okay. I have proven my worth to the Prince of Frost, and that's saved my life. Although it has made me now part of his own council, and he'll know if I'm lying, so I have to be honest with him at all times. I will continue to play that role until I'm freed. Just please. Just be careful. And tell Carolus that everything's okay.
Don't worry. We're anything but cautious.
You know, knowing you
And
and
it
the
looks
pirates... Go ahead.
And it looks like we've at least gotten in his good graces. So, we're not completely in the dark yet. It's just, we're not exactly sure whose soul, as she shoots a glare over at Belle, we're going to be exchanging with yours. But
You need
we'll
to
see.
play. You need to play up to his ego. The Prince of Frost, he cares very much about his own self through his pain and sorrow, because he can only rely truly on himself. Appeal to that as best as you can, Doing
I
that
think
so
we've
far,
definitely got that.
doing that so far has allowed you this far. I was watching the whole time. You all did fantastic. Especially Anaran. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm proud of him. He stepped up to the plate despite things. I'm gonna give him a high five when I can.
Question, Bun, is this an open communication or
This
is
is
this private
just
one?
this is just to Kaylee and Lazuli at the current
Got it.
current moment.
Thought I'd ask.
Yeah,
The
that's why I haven't.
the main reason why she's doing that is because she's not exactly sure how much she can get away with, so she's just opening this up for now.
Okay.
So
You all managed to
But
say
she-
the. Oh, go ahead.
she will relay what Lazuli wants to relay to Careless and let everyone know that she's not dealing with any pain, that she's gotten in the good graces of the Prince of Frost, which she's gonna say, I had a feeling was gonna be the case. But it looks like she's not in pain. He's not torturing her, so to speak.
Carol's is just going to let out a relieved sigh. That's good to know, at least.
Continue.
Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't do anything stupid and don't make him mad. I saw him almost get close a few times, but you recovered very quickly. You don't want to see him actually mad.
I had a feeling. It's okay. We'll get through this.
If you must know, sorry, we're taking our seats now. If you must know, the fastest way that you were able to all get into his good graces was actually what you were doing with Frida. He doesn't
She'll
normally.
tell Belle that.
He doesn't normally
She'll
laugh,
tell Belle that.
but I could tell.
She'll let Belle know. Hey, you beating up Frida was the good thing.
Huh.
Basically, you were our opening jester.
Again, Belle's crazy mind works wonders. Kaylee, can I make a quick request for you?
You know, I would argue being crazy, but I don't think I get to right now.
Anyway. Anyway, he's just going to say that to Belle. Kaylee,
Just
make a quick request. Tell her I'm sorry.
Oh, and if that idiot love of mine asks you to relay that he's sorry, boop him on the nose and say that there's nothing to be sorry for.
she flicks him on the nose. There's nothing to be sorry for.
That
Anyways,
was not why don't you do that?
I have a question.
One moment. If you are to enjoy the library, please make sure that nothing is damaged and put it back in its proper place. The Mephits are doing their best to keep things organized in there. And mind the kobolds.
That's
Apologies.
exactly what I was about to ask. He said not to touch anything or put out a place, but is knowledge something that we cannot take?
Knowledge is valued. And he did say you are welcome to traverse this place as you see fit, as long as nothing is out of place when you are done. So I suppose if you wish to take a look at his grand library or anywhere else around here, you are welcome to do so by his request, that you still make sure nothing is out of place, damaged, or whatnot. I don't think you need to be told what might happen if he catches otherwise.
Oh, don't worry. If there's anything I know how to handle, it's a book.
Well, but the library's open. Might as well go take a look.
Do you want to
So-
do a roleplay initiative?
I think this is where a role play initiative for people to split up might be good. Let me. Oh, I didn't hide them before. Okay, well, that's fine. That means that they are all already in this room and sitting down. So,
Perfect.
yeah. So they're already in there. So what we're going to do now, yes, we're going to do a role play initiative. So, yeah, let's go on ahead and do this.
Can I
I
say
think
mine
he's
first? Sorry,
Yes, you
because I
can.
need to go to the washroom.
Yes, you can.
Mine is 13.
Haley with the 13. Okay. So
I am
while she's
swapping these
doing
guys out.
Chase.
15.
Chase with 15. All right. Bell.
16.
Bell with the 16. Carolus.
I got a 4. I am swapping these dice out. They have been good to me for a while. It is time to swap them out.
You drained the luck from them. Akira.
12.
Akira with the 12. You guys are very close together. Anaran.
17.
Yes, you all are very close together. All right. So the order I have is Anaran, Bell, Chase, Kaylee, Akira, Carolus. All right. So right
The
now,
hell was that?
don't worry about it. Background noise.
Don't worry about it.
So I'm gonna have Evelyn just sit by watching Frida, no matter what happens. So Anaran, we will begin with you.
So Anaran is opening this up with a 32 performance as he is just strumming along a very... what appears to be a song specifically crafted for the prince. As if he's been taking attention of the note of the pain and having this be his entire job, is playing a song that it's not singing, he's just strumming, but it has that melancholy, that longing of at least the early stages.
Oh, great. Now I get to listen to you all playing music while I'm here. Wonderful. That just means that you need to keep up with the tempo, Frida. We don't often have music in the halls. Every once in a while, sure. Though, if they don't please us, then they are icicles. But this is nice.
So, as he's playing, first he's gonna just tap into his own mind. Sorrow, I'm assuming you're just gonna be busy eating everything you can find here, which is basically every square inch of this place.
Oh, I'm gorging. So
Okay.
good.
The menagerie of pain is probably why you like this place so much.
Pain enters. More pain is born. This place, it's almost like a merry-go-round. Very merry for me, of course. But there's always pain to be had with every revolution. And with that, so
You know,
much
then-
sorrow to gorge on.
And then he'll just tap on his holy symbol. Are you satisfied with your curiosity now, milady?
There is a bit of silence before she finally answers. Though she answers in a way that she's still not comfortable. But she does respond with a yes.
Are you willing to go through with the plan? Or are you gonna chicken out on me last second and get me killed?
Anaran, I have done many things that I shouldn't have in my younger years in this position. I have gotten involved in things I shouldn't have. This is one of those things I should not have gotten involved in. On one hand, one could say that it is Sharea's fault for what happened to the Prince of Frost, but you are who you choose to be, and the Prince of Frost chose to become what he is. That is one reason why I would give myself pause, and yet, if I did not get involved at all, none of this would have happened. I'm going to end up betraying someone again. I hate the fact that it has to be them. After I had already given my promises.
Milady, you have broken no rules. You have betrayed no trust. You have betrayed nobody. Yes, you may see things this way. And you are correct. But, based on the deal that was made, your champion at the time betrayed your interests. He pulled you into this. He convinced you of this. And now we are seeing the consequences of such selfish choices thousands of years later. This is the Fae. The rule of you choose who you want to be doesn't necessarily matter here. The prince can stay this way, or he can choose to be something else, and he will become something else. That is just the way of this world. No Fae is immune to it.
In a profound way, I'm starting to understand him a little bit more.
Well, I'm more like a dialed-down version of him, so...
No. Not you or the prince.
Raven?
Correct.
Raven is a brat. A brat who just doesn't accept the fact that reality is not nearly as kind as it could be.
Would that same argument be made to the Prince of Frost?
Of course. I'd probably get killed. But I'd say it anyway.
I don't like this. I don't. But a choice needs to be made.
I don't like being in the Feywild, but I'm here. There is a part of him that's still there. I just have to find a way to dig it out a little bit. He will never become the Sun Prince again. But if he's given the proper push, he might become something in between.
I don't know, perhaps that you can fix him enough to where he starts putting on a big red coat and starts giving gifts to children.
No. No. Actually, milady, you are a genius.
No. No. Don't know.
Never give your players ideas, Kagato.
This is all on you, buddy. Sorry.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new origin story for Santa Claus.
No. That's not what I meant. But I think I have an idea. He loves the stars. And I know Kaylee. She won't let Tsunami stay here. So that throne will be vacant. I have an idea of where to push him.
We'll see.
Oh, and I may have garnered enough that he's taking my words. I will not be surprised if he gives me another test to prove that I have the willpower to do something.
For what
Power is one
I
thing, will is another.
For what I know of him, he absolutely is going to try to make sure that you are on heavy watch for anything and everything that you are promising him, just to make sure that if you break it, he will scoop you up as soon as he can. So
Well,
whatever he has planned for you, I will do my best to make sure you're able to endure it.
It's a good thing I don't break my promises.
No, you don't. So whether it's to a fault or not remains to be seen.
Some people here would say it's a bad trait.
Just make sure your promises are kept to the right people.
Do I have a choice?
Would you consider this somebody that could be a wrong person to keep your promise to? Even if it is the Prince of Frost.
I consider this a person who lashed out, yeah. Actually questioned those sisters of his. Should his mood shift, he's an Eladrin, so if he's stuck in the winter phase, it means he can shift to other states. Will those two shift with him?
That I am unsure of. His power over the undead is unique. I do not know if it is a temporary change or a permanent one. Perhaps you can find something that would let you know.
I'll figure something out. For now, I'll have to talk with you. I'll let him know that you are willing to continue. When is the soonest I could get Charade back here?
I know where she is. I know when she is. As soon as you return back to the material plane, you'll be able to recover her.
Very well. I'll let him know that he doesn't have to wait too long. He will then cut that connection, or not cut it, but just give the usual break apart, look at Ryan Harrow. You're lucky I understand I'm not in my world.
That sounded strange, almost like it was a threat.
Sort of.
Hmm.
My world. If we met in my world, I would be doing everything in my power to send you off to the afterlife.
Ah, right, Raven Queen, right. You know what, fair enough.
But I'm not in my world.
No, you are not.
He'll look over at Belle, and unlike a companion of mine, I understand that. The rules here are different.
They are indeed different. And as far as the prince is concerned, he wouldn't have it any other way.
Figured as much.
I've only known him since he's already established all this, though I have earned my place as his steward and have worked very hard in order to keep things organized and also to help him keep a somewhat level head. As the only reason why he's kept me around is because of my past history and knowledge. Though I can tell you this much about him, he is as stubborn as they come. And
Good.
I find it very difficult that he will change in any way. It might be best to just appeal to what little heart he has left. Appeal to him. Everything will be fine.
Anaran just holds his hand out. Sorry about this, Zara. I'm gonna take one little snack from you. As he kind of pulls in just a tiny amount of the pain.
Oh, by all
tiny
means, it's
amount.
quite the buffet here. Oh, you're gonna quite like that one. It's got a good bite to it.
So
Oh.
he does that in front of Rhyme Harrow.
What are you doing?
Barely anything. Sorrow is not the only one that can take a little bit of pain.
You
I
believe
have
to
no
be
in-
similar, or at the very least, you feel like you understand him. Am I to understand that?
I understand who he was, and I understand states of him as he is now. I can see the pathways, how he ends up here, and I don't blame him. I really don't.
Well, you won't be the first. You won't be the last.
I
But at the very
won't.
least, you care enough to try. Very few, almost none, are willing to do such.
Well, everyone's scared of him. I'm pretty sure everyone would be scared of him if he was like this as the Sun Prince. Ice, light, it doesn't matter. Element-wise, he'd be the same person.
He would probably be as stubborn as he always has been, from what I understand when he was the Sun Prince, back when he was in the Sealy Court. That was just a trait that he had. It's just his
Well-
cold demeanor that has made becoming
Yeah.
of all of this.
Loneliness and a broken heart will do that to a person. Archfey or human. Doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
as far as I understand it, from my limited introductions, Fae feel emotions on a level of potency far greater than I do.
It is quite heavily multiplied, yes.
Yeah,
They also believe in quite a lot, even their own words, even if it might not exactly be true, but they believe it to be true. He told you about what he might do with Sharia once she is delivered, almost as if she causes him more than just sorrow, but also hatred. I'm sure that if you do a little bit of exploring around here, you'll find that that was a lie that he's gone and given himself.
I don't need to. He looks at Rhyme Harrow, and there is a face that Rhyme Harrow might understand. It is his face of perfect understanding. You see, it's not just sadness that rests here. He opens his other hand, he stops playing, he puts his other hand out, and Raph's fire burns. Just lets it sit there. and then puts it out by closing the door. Love is a very, very powerful emotion. It's something I live my entire life by. But I also understand that it can become very potent in other ways. Kind of like the Foundation. There's love in his heart. It's just buried deep. And he has no way to release it properly.
Unless you
Anyway.
found a way to kill it off, but I doubt that's the case, because if he had done so, he wouldn't care so much about Aurora's possible return.
You can't kill something like that off.
There
You
was a
just have to
time that
be
I thought
born without it.
there was a time that I would have disagreed with you, but the longer I've gotten to know him, the more I've begun to understand, and what a lot of what you say does indeed ring true. I've always believed that he is not a hopeless case. If you are not the one to help him, you will at least be one who might help steer him in the right direction.
That is something I think Her Grace didn't understand. I can't fix him. I don't have the time. There is a war in the material plane. A war that, if it goes south, will destroy the Feywild too.
Is that so? This is news to me. What we're gonna do for you is I'm gonna have Lord
End it there.
Rhymeharrow ask you to elaborate more on that. Will
For
you?
saving time, yeah, he'll give him every single detail about what's happening in the material plane
Mhm.
and how, with his knowledge of the realms and religions, understands that if this Bicus, who is the mortal he will explain, who has the sister, if he succeeds, then even if they save the Feywild from the drowned king, it won't matter.
All right. That is how we're going to end your turn, with you explaining that to Lord Rhymeharrow. So meanwhile, Belle, we're going to come to you.
He's just idly flipping through this that Fey magic book for more spell that Fey magic book, cause that we got, but he has been listening to those two. I would like to point out that it doesn't rules are a large part. Certain rules are a large part of why any of this is happening in the first place. So yeah, I'm gonna keep ignoring them.
Okay.
That's what he idly casts in Rhymeharrow's and Anaran's direction.
Like I said, some of my companions don't agree.
So as you flip through the book, which I need to actually sit down and make these damn spells for you, you find that it only goes up to spell level 5, and all of these have either a play on words to spells that you are familiar with, or they are unique spells, like in their entirety, that are designed for either deception, pranks, anything of the sort. Very Fey-like in their design.
I see.
Most of them are designed not to deal damage in any real way, but they will, in some level, create some kind of debilitating effect.
Okay. Man, I don't even know for how long I'm gonna get to enjoy all the like reading about these. So I assume the other guy found this. By the way, he's just holding up the book towards Anaran.
Huh? What
I
about
assume the
that
other. I assume the other guy found this. I don't know. I found a book in my pack I don't recognize. So.
Oh, yes. It's a book of Feywild magic.
Yeah, very inconvenient. I can't, we can switch more frequently, but we can't hear the
I'll
other.
help you
That's
translate
weird.
them from Sylvan to Common after this. I'm surprised that it wasn't already happened. But I guess Chase is not here.
Well, Chase is not here, but I am more than capable of a simple comprehension spell.
It typically is a little bit more difficult to have learning Feywild magic when you're used to material plane magic. You'd have to be quite a powerful wizard in order to do so, or somebody with very good spell casting ability. That of which I have no doubt that you have, considering you made it this far.
Really? I mean, the energy feels familiar enough.
Of course it does.
I'm
Of course
going
it
to
does.
assume I've already done it before.
You have.
You have.
Okay. As for... But, what type of knowledge is contained within your library?
Sorry, I'm placing somebody as the Ice Devil comes back and resumes her post. Much of the knowledge that we've gained comes from various different planes of existence, most notably the material plane and the Shadowfell. After all, Feywild, he lives in. He knows much and more about it already. There's some bits of information about who's who around here. But other than
Can't
that,
help much with knowledge of the Shadowfell, but the material plane, I can probably tell him what parts are bullshit.
he has quite a lot of reading material on the Raven Queen. For obvious purposes. He
Yeah, that
knows a
name keeps
lot
coming
about
up.
her.
Yeah, it's funny how that name keeps coming up. Seems to have had an effect on a lot of people's lives.
Death is something nearly everyone has to experience. And when you are a patron goddess of death, then you kind of have your fingers in a lot of pies.
Well, I'm aware. I'm just saying. Don't recall this many, quite this many people being pissed off at Kelmvor. Her predecessor.
It's your gall, depending on which country, I guess. Either way. Yeah, I guess
that's the legends, but Jurgal actually preceded Kelmvor.
Either way. People are mad at all the gods. We're just not running into all those people.
Oh, no, sorry, you were right. I was thinking of Merkel preceding Kelmvor, who preceded Jurgal. Got my order of operations wrong there.
Urkel and Jerkoff, you got it.
For fuck's sake, Kagato.
I swear those names are real. But all right, out with it.
Oh, you're talking to me. Hold on. He's gonna look over. What the fuck are you doing?
Reading?
No, not the... You know damn well what I'm talking about, Bell. Offering yourself. What the hell are you doing?
I don't understand the question.
Why are you offering your soul for my fuck-up?
What part of that seems out of character for me?
True. True, I guess. This was my mistake. If anyone should have been offering his soul, it should have been me. Why did you do that for me?
I heard
Rhyme
this.
Hair, do you happen to have a shoe I can beat somebody's head with?
In Draconic, let's speak in a tongue that he can't understand.
I think he does know Draconic, actually. I'd have
He
to
does
look at
not.
the sheet.
He does not.
Just continue, people.
Here you go. He just hands you Frida.
I mean-
Wait, what?
Throws Frida
And you
out, just
said
cut her in
you-
half.
Oh,
weight of a
apologies.
fucking-
You smell like the insole of somebody who's been walking around for ages. I thought you were a shoe.
Damn. You have to go that hard on her.
Yes.
What's
She
going on
failed
with your
miserably.
mic?
I had to switch to a different mic because my blue mic, for some reason, the wire is getting fucked up again.
Ah.
Fair enough. I mean, we can
Okay.
still hear you. You just have that lower quality voice now.
Yeah, I know. I had to switch into the headset mic. I apologize. I
That's
will
fine.
try to talk louder.
You're fine.
It's
No,
okay.
you're
Yeah, it's
coming
fine.
in
I
through.
It's
I
just
was
a notice.
curious.
It was just us noticing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are
I
still
was
coming
only
through.
curious.
You're still coming through clear and loud. It's just a compressed sounding voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's slightly bit crushed. It's not
Yeah,
like
I will keep trying to fix this after this conversation.
Yeah, don't worry about it now.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway. Out with it. As they're talking in Draconic, why would you offer yourself in my place? I was willing to do that, and you just go on and offer your own self for this?
I guess I was faster on the draw than you were.
It's not a matter
But
about...
if you want an actual answer to that question, how much time you got, aside from the fact that that would appear to be my role.
We
he
literally
wanted
have a lot of
knowledge.
time here at the moment, considering that they're in council, so fuck it, why not?
Well, Fey Council, we could be here for the next month, or he could be done in the next 35 seconds.
Then make
But
it quick, as you
But, I mean, I heard that he I heard that he covets knowledge of the material plane. I have plenty of that. I have plenty of knowledge of that. I can deal so. I actually have something he might covet. He wanted her knowledge. You know of Marshall. I don't think it would have been as effective with you because you know Marshall. Like, you have a lot of Marshall lore. You're fairly worldly yourself, but he already seems to have the all Marshall knowledge he would need handled.
Considering with the Feywild, yes, but not with the material plane. You know this.
I'm pretty sure if you dueled him, you'd be dead before your sword cleared
Oh,
leather.
I'm very aware that if we dueled, I would be dead before I could even pull out any of my swords. But my point still stands. He's in the Fey, and he covets knowledge about the material plane, right?
And he indicated as such. I mean, that's not the only reason I did it,
Well,
but
material
I
combat
just
is not exactly
it's the
same
reason
as
I
space
initially thought he
combat.
might go for it.
I understand, but again, material plane combat doesn't exactly work like Feywild combat. We've been here for God knows how long, and you know this.
It doesn't work that differently. It's a little bit more asymmetrical here, but if anything, that would be an advantage. He's not looking to invade the material plane in the traditional sense as you and I would understand it. That's why Frida was doing what she was doing. He's looking to terraform it in a way. That's not exactly what he's doing, but it's the best way I can think to put it right now.
Now I understand what you're trying to go for here.
Like, that's knowledge that I don't directly have, but might be able to start filling in pieces on how he could do it effectively next time.
If he takes the deal and we fail in getting Vicus's sister to him, I can't remember her name.
It's not worth remembering, but
My point being, though, is that, like, I understand this is you, Belle. You know, I can't just in good conscience just allow you to do that if he takes it.
That's why I didn't ask your permission.
It was still my mistake, though. My fuck-up. You shouldn't take my place for something I did.
Well, yes, but he also wouldn't go for you because you would actually not exactly want to be here, but be more than, but you would be. We'd be right back where we started. Quite frankly, I can as long as he only takes this face, and that is specifically what I offered him, I could technically be in two places at once. I think. That or this will kill me.
I was about to say, you're two souls, I understand this, but at the same time...
I'm willing to find out which.
I don't know if we're willing to take that risk if it works like that.
That's why I didn't ask anybody.
God damn it, I forgot how stubborn you can be sometimes.
Like, you don't have to take the risk if I don't give you a choice in the matter. It's not a negotiation with you, it's an ultimatum. No, wait, that's not quite the right word.
How do you think the others are going to take this? You saw how Kaylee looked at you.
No, I didn't. I was reading a book. What, did she look at me?
She was not... Thank you, Bun.
I am mad!
I can just imagine she's shouting at Draconic. He's just
with her ears, she probably did hear that.
Her fur is all puffed up. She looks like a cat that's hissing.
Stomping the ground.
Very inky.
I just shout down the hall. Well, then communicate that faster next time. I don't know what to tell ya.
Well, we were all dealing with the Prince of Fast at the time. All right? Can't really say much when he's around.
Exactly. So I was faster than you.
Dales is just gonna look at Belle, idiot.
Yeah. Well,
I appreciate... Belle, listen to me. I appreciate this offer, but if he doesn't take this, I am more than willing to offer my own. Even if he doesn't like the idea of it.
On the table. The first is at Anaran's. I'm just giving him like a temporary thing so that we can actually walk out of here with Lazuli. Well, you guys can.
And how high do you think that... I can't talk, apparently. And how high of a chance do you think he's going to actually take that kind of deal? You saw how he acted.
Well, apparently, he, is at least amused by me, so I'm not going to say there's no chance. as I said, there's more reasons than just. There are several reasons for this. All of them, well, most of them are actually practical, but you know, I don't know how. That would depend entirely on how closely his people are listening. Kobolds have a tendency to speak Draconic, and I don't know anything about our friend Rhyme Harrow over there. Let alone Frida.
Fair point.
So, not sure how well. Plus, I'm sure he can hear everything that happens in his own castle. Be a rather poor ruler if he couldn't, and he actually runs an impressively tight ship.
Are you just saying that because you're impressed by how everything looks, or because you get to beat up Frida some more?
I can appreciate both. As I've said, I am quite the multitasker.
You have not changed one bit, my friend. As he's rubbing his eyebrows.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
I don't know. It got us this far, hasn't it?
Yeah, but being unchanging is not helping with the thought of being an automaton.
Let me ask you this, then. If he takes the deal for you, are you actually perfectly okay with it? And be honest with me here. Don't lie.
I wouldn't have made the offer if I wasn't willing to live with it, but if I was perfectly okay with it, he'd see through that, and I would tell you right now the deal wasn't going to work. If I wanted to do this 100%, it's exactly what what that man very likely would not give us. But my willingness to do it far outweighs my unwillingness to do it. It's not like I'd be completely useless from here. I mean, I'd be able to get some information and... well, unless I'm on a block of ice the entire time, but... Switching back to common, I'm going to turn to Rhyme Harrow. Hey, Rhyme Harrow, does he actually, talk to any of his statues? I know they unfroze to go to that council, but, does he talk to them outside of that?
Very rarely. They're his council. Other than that, they're his decor.
He'll switch back to common too.
But he craves knowledge from them. What, does he just stare at them while they're on a block of ice and dig through their thoughts? He doesn't have a conversation with them?
Essentially.
So he just comes up to their face and just gets knowledge just by staring at them?
He finds it more efficient.
What is it, like side whispers or something? You know what? It's the Feywild.
It's a deeper version of detect thoughts. I know how he would be doing it. It's kind of a waste of energy, but I guess that way they couldn't lie to they couldn't lie to him even if they wanted to. So I can understand why a man like him would do it.
That's actually precisely why he does it. Words are wasted when it comes to the Prince of Frost. All that matters is facts and results.
Yes, there's one more thing to potentially change.
How often does he let them walk out? Is it only during council meetings, or are they constantly in place?
They are reanimated just to be called back to the council meetings. Then they come back out here and resume their spots. That is their fate.
How many of them are used to having voices in their head? No, are used to having his voice, are used to having a foreign presence in their head?
I can say for certainty I don't know a single one of them that has any kind of extra voices in their head.
Then he won't know how to deal with me.
Better hope that if he takes that he just doesn't flat out kill you for being You.
He wouldn't be able to if he took the deal because it's collateral. He'd be dishonoring his end of the bargain, which is something I'm given to understand he cannot abide.
Oh, I'm actually saying that those that are still alive on his council do not have those capabilities. I cannot honestly say for sure if he's actually met anyone similar to you that has had multiple thoughts, minds, and such living inside them that he didn't just destroy. So,
that actually is another reason for him to take, in favor of him taking the deal. Curiosity has a chance to study. It'll just be real awkward when I start talking back to him. Probably shouldn't have said that aloud, but you know, knowing him, he likely figures something like that is already a possibility.
Honestly, the very fact that you said that out loud means that I know, and then whatever I know, he knows, and unfortunately, that's probably not going to go very well for you. I think you just wasted your opportunity. Sorry. I will maybe try and convince him otherwise, but careful what you say, especially when you're here within his walls and I'm around. It is my job.
I just said he probably hears everything, but good to know that but you say that's the mechanism. It's not the walls that have ears. Interesting.
My head might be aflame, but I do have ears.
He's a Dullahan. He's a Dullahan. He can hear us just fine.
Besides, no doubt that he would probably extract whatever Frida has heard or seen or whatnot, just not as politely.
Real charming guy.
No, I can understand how he got here.
No, I can too, I guess.
And that's another reason. So, that's another reason to do it.
You're taking a really high gamble for this, you know that?
When have I ever not done that? So, yeah,
don't pretty much.
So full of yourself to think that I'm doing it just for you.
No, I have a feeling that you had
Also,
ulterior
this
motives.
was my idea, if I recall.
He's specifically, well, yes, but he's specifically referring to throwing myself on the table, which you did not see coming.
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Don't care what Bell does at this point.
Yeah.
Well, that was mean.
Damn.
Well, you're, since this was kind of like the both of you, the turn is getting a little bit long, but I allowed because it was the two of you. So I'd say get to a wrapping up point so we can move on to Chase.
Okay, few more two more lines from both of us, I guess. Look at Bell. I owe you for this. If he does it.
If he does it, like that's entirely on him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's not comfortable, and I can only imagine how pissed someone else is gonna be.
No, right, the other you. I can only imagine. Oh, and her too.
It'll be something for them to bond over.
Have you met your other self? He doesn't particularly bond with everyone.
Yes, I did. I grew the second head. I don't like him.
Fair enough. Would that technically make you a two-headed snake then? A hydra? Is that what they call them?
Oh dear. And this is where their conversation peters off. We're going to cut it off
I had
here.
to do that. I had to make that joke.
So we are going to go to Chase, Kaylee, and Akira, who are all in the library at the same time, and they just happen to fall within that same order. It's around now that the kobolds are running to and fro, doing several things. You've already seen those that are doing something with some odd crystals, but you also see now some kobolds in and around the library. picking up things, moving things, though it's mostly some ice methods that you see floating around that are doing most of the organizing and the cleaning. If there's a book out of place, they put it back perfectly in place. If there's even the smallest amount of a fingerprint smudge on one of the covers, they are cleaning it off. This is a pristine library.
Okay, white gloves, everyone. Chase will use the Helm of Comprehend Languages so he can read anything in here and then allow Kaylee and Kira to borrow it if they so wish.
Well, if it's in Sylvan, then Akira has no problem. And
I know, but
Kaylee can kinda read Sylvan.
well, it may not just be Sylvan in this book, in this library.
That's
there,
true.
Kaylee.
Well,
Actually,
Akira already has comprehend languages, so he's fine.
you
Okay.
will find, like, just at a quick gaze, just looking at the spines, that there are several books in several different languages. So it's not just Sylvan, not just Common, not just any one single one. It's an assortment.
I mean, it's like Chase is just offering it to be helpful.
I get you.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. So, like I said, white gloves, everybody. Put the books back when you're done, and let's see what we can find. Might find a gem here and there.
So, Chase, since you are first in the initiative, we will start with you. As you are rummaging around, is there anything in particular that you are looking for? You find that his library is full of not just books, but old scrolls as well. He's got some history here. Deep history.
Well, anything that'll catch his attention, but if he finds anything about, well, himself for one, but just anything that would catch Chase's eye, really.
All right. Then let's do this. Let us do a roll for perception. Since you are just actively looking rather than looking how a thing does a thing.
22.
Okay. So with the 22, in this area, you are finding a bit of information on more of the Shadowfell. It seems as though that he has quite a bit of literature, not just on the Raven Queen, but on Vecna as well.
Okay. Chase will start going over to those in more detail. As a point of very interest for him for many reasons.
What you find as you start going through, the good news is that it does provide a lot of information on Vecna. The bad news is that you're not exactly finding anything that pertains specifically towards you or your grandfather. So it's general history, powers, motivations, the history with the Raven Queen, the history in the Shadowfell. So you're essentially, it's almost like you're reading up on a history course of Vecna, who he is and how he operates. If there's something specific about him that you now are looking through, then you might find something.
This would probably be mostly reaffirming things Chase has known or heard about. The fact that Vecna, while technically classified as a god, he is more of a... the term as Chase has used before, false god, rings truer because all of his divinity is more or less stolen. He is not...
Yes.
He is... Yep. So, one of the only reasons he actually can live forever is because he hid his phylactery, as people have thought, in between realms. But nobody has been able to discover where he hid it. That is the only reason he can keep coming back, is because the one smart thing he has done in his, truly smart thing he's done in his life is figured out how to hide his weak point.
He is one that can definitely be destroyed, but much like an archfey without a nemesis, he will come back. So you might be able to temporarily defeat him, but unfortunately, he will always come back.
Yeah, well.
It's best to
Thanks,
defeat his plans and machinations to the point of complete tatters, forcing him to start all over again.
Well, you can come up with a timeline of how long it takes him to regenerate.
You can certainly find that out.
Yeah. Just, something he can plan for later. He knows he can't do it now, but who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Okay, well, I can probably find out more about that back at main headquarters. All right, let's see. See if we can find anything about maybe the Jabberwock. Who knows? He might know something about that.
All right. So this will be an investigation roll, because now you're not just kind of gazing at the books, you're picking them up, really looking at them. It's like, I wonder if there's something for the Jabberwock. So do an investigation this time.
That's an 11. And no, I don't think a 16 would get me much off that.
Nope. This one is a little tougher to find because where you're at, as far as looking at everything, it all is kind of blending together. None of it seems to be specifically about a creature much like the Jabberwock. Unfortunately, you cannot find anything for it.
What about the Nightwalker?
All right, that's going to be an investigation with advantage.
24.
24. As you were looking through books about Vecna, you do flip through and you see that there is something in regards to creatures that have worked in Vecna's employ before, and Nightwalkers are one of them.
Interesting. It looked like this has been well versed, has been looked over a lot.
With the 24, as you look into it, you see that this book has actually been opened and closed several times. It's in perfect pristine condition as best as possible, but it is still worn not just from ages, but from also use. Seems that somebody has used this as some sort of a reference quite a lot.
Okay, either that one was yours, Princey boy, or you figured out how to neuter that damn thing. Okay. Alright. Well, I'll try to bring that up nice. Go ahead.
I was going to say, other than that, the information that it talks about is stuff that you've already gotten from what Anaran has given to you about what they are, what they do, what they're capable of, how they're summoned, and that they are undead.
Okay, well, I think I've perused enough information for right now. I'll pass it off to the other two.
Okay. So next would be Kaylee. So Kaylee, you have this large library. A couple of cold bolds sneaking by. Yep, sorry, excuse me. Pitter patter, pitter patter.
Here. So, Gilly's mostly looking for anything on Aurora specifically, but mostly also the Sealy Court.
Okay, so you're looking into the Archfey. You find that there are some places in this library that do pertain to the Feywild. So, because it is a smaller section, because it is based off of information he pretty much already knows, it's going to be a little bit easier to spot. It's like finding a single shelf of information amongst an entire library versus an entire library, a library of the same information. So this DC will be lower. So if you could do a, I know you're going to do fine on this one, a perception roll.
Oh, I definitely will be doing just fine. 29.
Good grief. All right. You know exactly where that section is. It is actually going to be where you see the on the left side, that last crystal that's sticking out. It's that row.
It's right here.
Yeah. So you find that right here, and there's even a ladder that was left behind. You're able to go around and take a look. There is a method there as well.
So basically, she's just looking for books on Aurora about who she was, kind of thing.
All right. So with that 29, you just have a close, keen eye as you look around. You don't find it so much in books as you do in scrolls. You find a section that has scrolls of each individual member of different courts, most notably the Seelie Court, the Unseelie Court, and some of the more neutral courts, we'll call them. In this case, it's more of a separate faction that has to deal with things like the everyday occurrences, the weather, the time, the sky. And that's where you're going to find a bit of information on Aurora.
Okay. I guess mostly what she's looking for is Aurora's relationship to the Prince of Frost.
Okay. So, for what you read, you find some very interesting information. Queen Aurora was loyal to her subjects and loyal to her work, but loyal to none other. As far as any relations that she might have had, she kept it more close. So as far as her relationship with the Prince of Frost, it was merely just an acquaintance. Same thing with the Seelie Court, the Unseelie Court. She was essentially left alone, much like how the Prince of Frost, before he was the Prince of Frost, the Prince of the Sun, or how Viren has his position now, they are relatively neutral positions, though Viren, as you've seen, seems to be more friendly to do with the Seelie Court. Aurora seems to be a little bit more friendly towards the Unseelie Court, though still relatively neutral all across. She is written to be rather stoic, though not unkind. She is mostly just driven by duty, and that she had a strong sense of care and protection for her own. Not unlike the Prince of Frost, but most certainly not in such a way as you see around you. It paints a very different picture of how you know her as a more friendly, bubbly, outgoing person. It's almost like the polar opposite.
And, were her subjects the Herringon?
Yes. You find out that her direct subjects were indeed the Herringon. Most creatures of the night really worked well under her, whether they were either the Herringon or something that you easily come across that seems rather odd, but the owl folk.
Okay. Is there I know this is more for the Archfey, but is there any stuff, anything written down about the owl folk and the Harengon?
The owl folk and the Harengon were members of the Night. They were mostly working in that domain, though separate, whereas the Harengon were essentially your everyday people. The owl folk were more so the militaristic side. They were the soldiers, the guards, the protectors.
Okay. And that's all I can find on both of them?
At this point, I'm going to need you to do another investigation roll to see if you find anything about it further.
What's the DC?
20. Not sure if you even have to roll or not anymore.
I crit it.
Oh! Okie dokie! So, all right. Yeah, you're like, I wonder if there's more on this. And then you just look to one spot over. It's like, oh, volume 2. And then you pick that off. It's like, all right, let's take a look. So, this information has a little bit more to do with history. And this history has to do with certain events that have happened that it explains that there was a falling out between the owl folk and the Harengon. It does explain how it happened, but there was essentially not exactly a war, but a slaughter, which caused Aurora to cast them out.
Cast the Harengon out?
Cast the owl folk out.
Oh.
So for quite a long time, the owl folk, who once thrived in the night under the watchful eye and protection of Aurora, had no such protection anymore. And they, even throughout the years, even after those that have committed the atrocities had already died and passed on, they were never allowed back for fear that it would happen again.
Is there anything written down about when the owl folk started to kill the Harengon?
That is something that you do see. Essentially, you read up more on it with that crit that you got. I will say that that's essentially the story that continues onward. That's even though that they were the ones that caused, or supposedly caused, something to happen between them and the Harengon, that they wished to be back in Aurora's good graces. But because she refused them time and time again, they sought to punish the Harengon, the chosen, the favorite, until they were wiped out.
So it doesn't say whether or not Aurora disappeared was the triggering point for the owl folk?
No, it does not say such. In fact, it even hints that she was still around at the time.
Okay. Gonna put it back.
The method comes down. Clink, 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 clink. Goes back up. Is there anything more that you wish to look into?
Actually, yeah. I want to look up Titania's sister. Forgot her name. The girl that was
the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. So, do a perception roll. Which will be probably a yes.
29 again. Yes.
Yep. So, you find that there's much and more about the Unseelie, since that seems to be more of what the Prince of Frost is more affiliated with these days. You will find that there is information about the Queen of Air and Darkness. What would you like to find out? Because it shows quite a bit of information on various different fronts. History and how she came to be, what she rules over, how much power she has.
Well, I'm assuming she probably already knows the history, kind of thing, because her mother is a storyteller, so a lot of history she already knows. I guess, like, what would be to get in her good graces kind of thing?
What she values, perhaps?
Yeah.
All right. So, let's pull up some notes here. All right. So, essentially, when it comes to the Queen of Air and Darkness, where you know Titania and the Seelie Court are all about bright colors, parties, as pomp and circumstance, but with the playfulness to it, the Unseelie does not put any value in any of that. In fact, they find freedom and simply just being true to yourself actually to be some of their bigger values, which also includes being true to yourself, whether that is good or bad, embracing yourself no matter how dark. They do not care about tea parties and dresses and singing. They only care about God, I think the best way to kind of compare it to, strangely enough, would be like pirates.
Alright, well, that I can at least work with. Okay. Alright. What type of pirates?
Not so much like the Abyssal Pirates. We're talking more like the actual, more cutthroaty pirates. They, again, it's pure freedom no matter the scale. So freedom in the sense to where you just want to explore, or freedom in the sense that, oh, I want the freedom to just murder everything that I see.
Gotcha.
Or in your case, being a rogue, they'll respect you if you want to go about and rob people blind. Whether you give it away or keep it yourself, they don't care as long as you are doing it for yourself and not for somebody else.
Okay.
Oh god, they would hate Anaran.
This is why Kaylee's gonna probably be talking. Not Anaran. We'll see. We'll see. Titania is so adamant about us finally visiting her. Oh, I have a better idea. Oh, great. Alright. I'll make sure to put everything back.
They are, overall, they don't look like evil and good, much like the Seelie Court. They're just not, they're just not things that really register with them. It's more like nice and mean to the Seelie Court rather than good or evil. It's like service with a smile at the very least. The Unseelie couldn't give a shit less. I
think Kaylee would get along with the Unseelie a lot more than the Seelie.
Yeah, because Probably,
being
because
honest,
they're not
she'd be able-
inherently evil.
She would get along with both sides.
Probably.
That's why she after the Prince of Frost spoke, she's just like, all right, I gained respect. Mild respect. But that's all I'm gonna do for now.
Yep. There's something I can. There's some things that I can read here. Let's see. Like
Tidbits that I did not ask you.
yeah, just to paint it in a better picture, because I had a hard time really explaining. There are 3 bullet points that I see here that definitely help. Like, creatures might save and help others, but they will owe them, which can be used for political or power gain. This might be good or evil because they want to change things for the better or worse. Creatures might just kill another or replace them or obtain something of power that they possessed because it's something that they wanted and they were true to themselves. They might be very willing to make fairer deals if they believe that who they're making a deal with can be helpful in the future, playing a longer game in the long run. So, things like that.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
All right. Akira! We come to you in the library. Much and more to be found and discovered in here. What is it that you are seeking?
You there? Anything about the Innu clan?
Ah, the Innu clan. Yes. Let's see. Right down here. Ah, here we are. We have some information on them. Is there anything in particular that you require?
Doubt you have anything on Mulric.
Mulric has been around for some time, though he is still relatively new as well. Let's see if we have something on him. Innu clan. Ah, yes, we do have a more recent scroll here. Here you are. Some details on Mulric.
Kara's gonna take a look at it.
All right. So you open it up, and it is definitely a more relatively new scroll, at least compared to what you've seen already, though still old by your standards. It talks about how Mulric had essentially gained his position once the previous Innu leader had been killed and was not able to return, assuming that he was killed by a nemesis. No one knows how or why, but Mulric took over. It is said that when it comes to a ruling portion of any kind of a region or position for the Feywild, he who holds the throne holds the power. So all Mulric needed to do, once that throne was available, was submit himself to the rites, the ceremony, to become the next Archfey, which he did when no one else stepped up to do so. Upon doing so, things about the Innu began to change. They became a lot more closed off from the rest of the world. They stopped allowing people to casually come and visit, while he himself continued to provide as much as he could for the Innu people, trying to make himself look like a benevolent savior and master to them, while shunning anyone else as nothing more than a plague or a blight, people to bring ruin to the Innu people, especially those of the Kitsune, who actively oppose them
their new way of life. They are essentially the opposite side of the coin. Mulric has a deep hatred towards the Kitsune, though, as you know now, he has done quite a bit and more to make sure that they are under his rule now. As far as anything that he has, as far as information regarding his nemesis of sorts, much like any other Archfey, that's not common knowledge. Only he knows what it is. Is there something more specific about him that you would like to look for?
Something else in mind. Is there any information on controlling or using a deity or a god of some point?
Interesting, interesting. I believe there might be something about that. Let's see, that's in a different section. Come with me over here. Ah, here we are. A little bit more information about the Nemesis. And he takes the scroll and passes it over and goes back to his duties, though right here. The scroll will essentially talk about the Nemesis. Those that are in control of the Nemesis essentially are in control of the Archfey, able to kill them, able to control them, able to use them to their own means. Though, in most history, when it comes to the Nemesis being found, most of the time it is either by complete accident and things change out of circumstance, or out of some form of revenge or ambition that they just happen to be lucky enough to come across. There are very few instances of such, but there have been those moments of those that have, instead of killing the Archfey, they instead enslave and enthrall them out of fear of them being essentially killed off. For those that hold the Nemesis, hold the power.
I am not going to be using this, so... Just for one question, though.
If there is something that you are wanting to have answered more specifically, perhaps you can find something. Just depends on what it is and if they have information on it.
No. Someone has the answer. But I end up knowing the answer. So, that's how she got. He'll... Okay, yeah, I think I got the idea of it.
All right. Then is there anything more that you would like to search for of any certain different subjects or information?
All right, one more. Locations of the Enu clan. I don't know why I can't talk about it. Say it.
It's okay.
Enu clan and the Kisunes.
Ah, locations. That is something we have plenty of information for. Let's see. Yes, right up here. He goes up a little bit higher, goes up a little bit higher. Here we are. He grabs a scroll that looks almost like a map. You said for the Inu and Kitsune specifically. Well, I have some good news that they are relatively in the same region. The Autumn region. And he opens up the scroll and shows you in the general area of where the Kitsune and the Inu clans could be found. Though this is a bit old, I would say that from our more recent knowledge, I believe that Malric and the Inu clan have found more of a home in the Spring region. The Kitsune, however, just around here, as he circles over there in one spot of the Autumn region. As he goes to grab something more for Spring, opening that up. Nowadays, this used to be another region, and this used to be another domain, but they are here now. The Inu clan have moved. I don't have an actual map to show you, but
I got the general idea.
Yeah,
so
you have the general idea of where the Kitsune at least were last known to come from, and where the Inu are currently now. But that just paints a bit of a different picture. That the Inu used to be more on the Autumn side of things, when lately, at least for as long as you've heard about them, been on the Spring side. They have been more loyal towards the Sealy court. Of course, you know that to be an absolute lie now.
They're trying to take over the Spring area. All right. I appreciate the information.
Of course, of course. Knowledge is quite important these days, and I hope said knowledge will aid you.
All right. I think that'll be it for me.
All right. So, after Akira, Careless, you kind of had a long time with Belle. Is there anywhere that you would specifically like to go? Or anyone that you would like to talk with that you want to do on your own?
Not really. And to be fair, I had a long turn with Belle. That was kind of the turn I was going to have anyway. And since it is getting pretty late, let's just continue. I'm more than willing to be like, that was my turn.
All right. So, I'm going to go through one more time before before things happen. As Lord Rhymeharrow just kind of goes around and checks in on everyone. And as he does so, he just makes sure that everyone's still following the rules. And then he essentially goes back to kind of watching over everyone. So, Anaran, if you have anything more that you would like to do, you have the floor to do so.
Anaran would have gone back to playing. It's a little bit worse, 25 instead of a 32. But he's just patiently waiting, playing and strumming the same melancholic strum.
From a 32 to a 25, that's like saying that you play it pristinely perfectly to you're playing it live on concert and you just kind of got into it and maybe there was one note that was slightly off and that's it.
Yeah.
So still plenty good enough to make bards jealous.
Yeah.
But that's all you're gonna do.
After telling Rhyme Harrow everything he needs to know about why they're here, who they're trying to stop, what they're trying to stop in the material plane. Yeah.
Okay.
He will gauge Rhyme Harrow's reaction to that, though.
Since he doesn't exactly have an expression,
it's more body language.
He does kind of cross his arms, showing not in a way of disinterest and boredom, but more of this is interesting. I would like to hear more. In fact, what I probably should be doing after he does check on everyone, he's actually going to leave. He's going to go back, almost as if he's going to go and fill in the council on this information.
Yeah, because that also would include the whole thing of, they're also trying to stop Vecna. And every outside interfering force from getting what they want.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's it.
Then, Belle, is there anything more that you would like to do, anywhere you'd like to investigate?
I'm good.
You're good? All right. Then, with that then, Chase, Kaylee, and Akira still in the library. Chase, we're gonna come to you. If there's anything more that you would like to look into, or do, or investigate.
Not in the library, just one last little thing. Over with the kobolds over here. Without getting in their way, what are these crystals all about?
Ah, all right then. I was wondering. So, I would like you to do an investigation, and as you do so, the Ice Devil does approach, though does not seem to attack, just watching and getting very close. Don't mind me, I'm just making sure that you don't have sticky fingers. If you are interested in those crystals, though, I don't blame you.
15, but I think a 20 would probably be good for this, so I'll use a flash of genius to make it a 20.
A 15 would be enough for a little bit of information. 20 will give you a whole story.
Okay.
These are crystals that actually are not from the Feywild, nor are they from the material plane. These crystals come from the Shadowfell. You know these.
Feeling.
You've seen these crystals in your readings before. These have power over the undead. The kobolds are basically refining them in different ways, either making them into powders, or making them into trinkets, or making them into special ink for scrolls. They are essentially using these crystals to make all sorts of tools for controlling undead.
I see. There's Romus, was it?
There's Romus, that is correct.
That Nightwalker outside. Is that the princess doing?
Ha 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 ha. So you've met his guard dog, I see.
He's gonna need a new one.
Oh, that's fine. That was just leftover remains from when Vecna last tried to sneak his way into the Feywild. Ever since then, our lord has had quite a big interest in the undead and how easily they are able to be controlled, summoned, used without them fighting back.
I see. Okay, so that was one of Vecna's old... Okay, I understand. That explains why it wasn't as strong as we assumed it, as it gave off the appearance of.
Oh, indeed, it gives off that very strong aura. Oh, my mistake. It doesn't have it anymore. Then again, it doesn't exactly have anything anymore, does it? Oh, that's a shame. we will have to procure another one.
Well, alright. Well, I can see how this could be a valuable commodity. I will leave it be. Just scientific curiosity, as it were.
Oh no, I have no doubt that you would, Chaser of Dreams.
Have we met before?
We have not, but my old master knows plenty about you. As he would anyone who's anyone worth knowing.
Your old master.
Oh, I'm not here because I actually work directly under the Prince of Frost. I am here under a bargain made between the Prince of Frost and my original master, Asmodeus.
I see. Understandable. Well, I understand deals like that can be very confidential, so I will leave you to that. Aaron!
Yes.
Okay. The big bug-like thing over there.
The devil, yes.
Yeah. Prince got him straight from Asmodeus.
Odd. I thought it would have been one of the archfiends.
Hmm.
But from the god of lies and all sorts of things.
Mhm.
Deceptions and contracts. I wonder what the price was. But then again, it's not our business.
Yep. Just giving you that little bit tidbit. I'm just gonna wait for them to come back. I'm done.
It makes no difference, Chase.
Fair enough. Alright, I'm done with my turn.
All right. So, Kaylee, back to you. With the information that you've gained so far, is there anything more that you would like to look into? Any more that you would like to investigate here in the castle?
I don't know. Was that all that I could find on Aurora and the Herringong and the Owl Folk?
As far as those in particular, yes, for what they have. At least in writing.
Okay. I don't know anything else I would want to really look up, so...
There are other rooms if you wanted to peruse around.
Yeah, I guess. She'll look over at Carrie. You still gonna be looking around?
No, I more have questions I need to ask.
To the prince? Or just
to
in general?
my patron.
Ah. Alright, well, I'll leave you be. If you need me, I'll be around. Actually, she'll connect to him with the side whispers. Just give me a call if you need me.
Right, so as you leave the library, there are more kobolds coming and going, carrying various things. They all look very busy. Though clumsy, still busy.
She gives a little pat on the head. You're doing a good job.
Guest says I do good job. Guest says I do good job. I'll do the best job.
Yeah, you do that job!
I'm gonna do the best job. More kobolds coming and going.
Is gonna die. Is the area past here off limits?
As far as I have been made aware, the castle is yours to explore just as long as things remain as they are when you find them. I would think that the only place entirely off limits would be the council room, as the door is closed and they are discussing very important business.
Okay. Well. Go this way.
I will actually, just to make sure that you know what and where is still available, she will also tell you that over where you're going, there is a banquet hall, and there's also a, she'll call it a shrine to his beloved with a bit of an eye roll. And then behind the throne, there is a treasure room, and there is also a room with the scrying mirror.
Which one has the scrying mirror?
That is behind the throne.
So over there.
This one, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, well.
As you start coming down the hall, you can see that the conversation behind the door in front of you is getting louder as the council seems to be talking over themselves. They seem to be a little disorganized despite how everything else looks, as everyone seems to have something important to say. It's a bit of a mess.
I'm surprised he's allowing this to happen.
Yes, interesting, is it not?
She will poke at the doors.
This door you find is not locked, as you are able to open it up. And inside you see a very large, ornate-looking mirror. Or, more specifically, it looks more like the reflection pool that you've seen back at the Sealy Court, just now in the form of a mirror. There are kobolds that are scurrying about cleaning this and carrying that as they see you come in. Like, oh, right, do be careful what you touch, please. This is very, very finicky.
Well, do you know how it works?
Oh, yes, of course. This device here allows you to pinpoint a place in the domain, and you'll be able to spy on people. And, depending on when, where, how, and why, perhaps a little bit beyond that. Though, it's got its issues. For example, we don't normally try to take a look into it when it comes to anything beyond the Feywild, because, well, things tend to work a little bit differently.
Yeah, I kind of already knew that. Time wibbly wobbly stuff, you know?
Yes, yeah, indeed, timey-wimey.
Yes.
Yeah, time is a strange soup. It sometimes goes down hot, sometimes it goes down cold, but it always goes down.
Yes.
Or it can also splash on yourself and then you get all filthy.
But you said that they can see anywhere in the Feywild?
Most anywhere. Unfortunately, we have actually tried to peek in on certain individuals, one of which being the Drowned King, and I don't know what he's been able to do, but he has completely sealed himself off. I would do say,
Basically,
though...
basically, whenever you look at it, it's like a veil of darkness.
Quite. The prince does often see this to check in on family. Don't tell him I said that! Don't tell him I said that! But also other key individuals.
Don't
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me, okay?
Okay, good. I cannot help but open my mouth. He put me in the wrong position to be here. I just keep blabbering and blabbering and blabbering. I don't know when to shut up.
Works? Do you know how to activate it?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm actually the one that was trained in doing such because, well, the prince can't be bothered, so he just tells me and I punch in it for him.
Okay.
I have been given word that you and your lot are able to be around here at your leisure, just as long as you don't touch or break anything, so if you would like to give this a whirl, perhaps I might be convinced.
What do you want?
What do you have?
Do you like glittery things?
I adore glittery things.
She'll take a piece of gold and hand it over to him.
Ooh. Well, this is shiny indeed. Look how it glimmers in the light. Oh my, this must be a rare thing indeed. I've not seen anything like this around.
It's basically the material plane's currency. I'll let you
Is
keep
it?
that one if you let me at least use the mirror once.
I can give this to the prince and he'll praise me for giving him something from the material plane. You have given me a great gift.
Just don't tell it's from me.
Oh, my lips are sealed. I found this on the ground. Outside, where I'm not supposed to be. I found this in a... what have you dropped this?
Well,
you dropped this.
To be honest, I don't think I want you lying to the prince, so... I don't think he would care all that much.
Honestly, if you give it to me to give it to him, then perhaps it might be a little bit different.
If he asks, say that I was doing it for the good of the Feywild. I wasn't doing anything that would not benefit him.
Don't worry, we both know what a bribe is, but that is the story we will go with. Now then, as he pockets it in his loincloth, as it falls right through, and he picks it up, pockets it into his loincloth, and falls right through, picks it up, pockets it into his loincloth, falls right through. All right, I'm gonna need something else for this.
Okay, never mind.
He just bites on it and it's just hanging out the side of his mouth. All right. So, what do you want to see? We can only do one, though.
What's the owl lady's name? I got her name.
Oh, let me search. Let me bring up the sending list, because technically Anaran can do this.
I think... well, I do have the name written here.
Yeah.
So
and now Kagato's just like, let's see how well Anaran remembers.
I am kind of curious.
Over the side link, it's not really remembering when I have it written down. Zarata, Duchess of the Dark.
I don't think the only ones in the side link is Lazuli and Akira.
Oh, is this a whole new side link? Oh, okay.
The other one,
I guess so. I did technically start a new one, so yes. I completely forgot that. I completely
my
forgot.
My hands are clean of this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, all right,
Do you
no
want me
problem.
to roll his? Do you want me to roll history?
No. This is supposed to be common knowledge for you guys because you were actively told by the Sealy Court and shown an image of Zarata, Duchess of the Dark.
Zarata. All right, that's what she will tell the kobold. Zarata.
Zarata. The Duchess herself. Interesting that a Harengon would be interested in her murderer. So, he does a twist here, does a press there. The little thing in the middle starts to light up. The ripples of the mirror begin to ripple even further as it begins to show an image of Zarata. Let me You're gonna find figure. I think I have it under Feywild. Yes. Perfect. All right. So, you see an image of Zarata coming into view. She is currently, well, rather well dressed. She appears to have what seems to be a mouse folk in her claw. She appears to be taunting it in some way as it's pleading for his life. And she seems to consider it. Very well. And lets it go. The mouse folk then runs off, out of view. She looks up at some dark trees where she can see, where you can see, there are other owls lying in wait. She gives them a bit of a command, and they all fly off together, chasing where it went. So,
Is that it?
it's essentially showing her to, she likes to toy with her victims. She has quite an army of owls that are at her beck and call. There's, as far as a lair, it seems to be where she's at, seems to be just be a forest. It's in the dark, which shows that it could be during the night, or during, or at an unseelie area where night falls more often, or perhaps even closer to the Drowned King's domain, though it's harder to tell. It's scrying on her indeed, but mostly showing what she is up to at this moment. Is there something that you are particularly looking for?
I'm wondering if she notices the scry.
Let's find out.
She would need true sight,
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
or a form of detect magic. But either way,
That's mostly what I'm trying to find out, if she has true sight or not.
Here we are. All right. Well, let's just say that if she does, she's not showing it.
Can I insight it?
Ah. Please do.
Okay, what would the DC?
This, because there's no inherent change in expression that is obvious, it's going to be a bit hard. We're going to say that this will be an insight of 18.
Okay. So technically 16 right now. Then perfect, 18.
18. Okay. So you watch carefully as she turns and then seems to move away from her original position as those owls that were lining all the treetops chase after the prey, if not more. She flutters up herself to a tree and sits there for a moment before it seems like She begins to smirk a little bit and then gives a wink.
Yep, that's all right. All right, cancel it.
Ah, you got it. You got it. Beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. Twist, twist, twist. Bum, 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 and boop.
Thank you.
Oh, that was disturbing.
This was extremely insightful. She pats him on the head.
I do good.
You do good.
I'm glad to do good. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I can only do the one, and I need to go back and now that I've touched this, I should go and clean it. And
Yeah.
every step that you took to get in here. So if you don't mind.
Yeah, no worries. I'll leave you be.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and thank you very much for the gift. I'll make sure it goes to a good place.
Mm-hmm.
The treasure room. Oh, wait, gotta close the door.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
Heads back. Here. Oh. I'm done.
All right. And that brings us to Akira. So Akira, for your, we'll call this the last thing before events begin. If there's any more you would like to do.
Casting contact other plane.
Gotcha. All right. Contact other plane.
Question 1. Are the Innu clan residing in the spring area?
They are now.
Question 2. Does Mulric have... Actually, question 2. Does Lady Inari have a nemesis?
Every Archfey has a nemesis, including Inari.
Which means... Does Mulric have Lady Inari's nemesis?
It would appear so.
Question 4. Are there kitsunes not under Morric's control residing in the Autumn region?
They are in hiding in the Autumn region.
I think I got enough for today. Keep her... Question 5. Can you continue to keep her sane?
It's very unsure. I cannot answer that question in any absolute.
Nevertheless, I still appreciate everything you've done for me.
If only that I could do more. Only that I was allowed to do more. But I have no doubt that what I am powerless to do, you will be able to do in my place.
Don't trust me, we have a lot to do once we're done with this archipelago. We got We got a whole region to take back.
Indeed, considering what's happening now.
Not just this part of the Feywild, back home Feywild. We have a lot of work to do.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, Akira's gonna, I'll finish my turn there.
All right. So, with Akira wrapping up, Carolus, is there anything more that you would like to do?
No, everybody's pretty much gathered what they need, so I'm good to get to the main event.
Like, no information, no questions, nothing from you. Unless it's to the Prince of Frost, who is going to be returning soon.
Actually, now thinking about it, because I don't want to take up too much time.
Everybody has equal time here. So truly, if there's something you want to inquire about, and you have the means to do so, then feel free.
That's the problem. I'm trying to figure out what exactly I would look for here, but I can't think of anything. I hate being dead on spot.
No, that's okay. Sometimes you just don't have anything. I'm just trying to be like, are you sure? Like, truly sure.
I'm sorry. I don't have anything. I can't think of anything at the moment.
That's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. So, on that... Dun, dun, dun. Get around here. There we go. There we go. So Lord Raimharo does appear from the back as he comes up, goes up the stairs, and takes his place to the side. Thank you all for your patience, and it seems that, from what I gather from the kobolds, the mephits, and from my own eyes, everything is still in its rightful place. So I thank you for respecting the prince's property. There will be no beheadings today. I'm sure that'll be a bit of a shame to some of those that enjoy such a thing. Sorry, Bob. It's okay. Still, everything has come to an end. The prince and the council will be returning to us shortly. Getting things together. Sorry, folks. All right.
You're fine.
So,
Actually, do you want to take a little bit of a break?
we're pretty much near the end of the night. Since it's already the time that we would normally wrap up. Yeah.
We didn't even take one break.
Yeah, that's how smooth everything went.
That's true.
All right. So I'm just placing some people really quick. So the council all steps back out, each one led by one of the sisters, as they go back to their podiums, and then they are immediately refrozen once more. Careless, you find that Lazuli once again does regard you, but she just says to you without saying anything out loud, just kind of mouths words to you. Just whoop, ah. She says,
"Oh."
She says it's okay. And
she's still technically inside.
So she mouths to you, it's okay, before she's entombed in ice once more. The sisters each return back to their position. The kobolds scurry out of the way to make sure that the hall is still open. And as the sisters return back to their seats, the prince comes back to his, though not without Baltoth appearing from behind. Although he is not joining the rest of you, He is essentially near Lord Rhymeharrow at the moment, who has the leash in his hand. Camera, thank you, camera, thank you. All right, here we go. We have reached several decisions. The first of which has to do with this one here. His potential and his will are not ones to be wasted. To have him atone for what he has been doing, while also working towards the better of the Feywild, he'll be working directly under me. I am now officially recruiting him and the Bullywug army to help deal with the Drowned King when the time is right. Whatever forces that he might have, the Bullywugs will be there on the front lines taking the brunt of it. That way they can at least soften some things up for us. Although I think that also explains the second thing. We will indeed join your crusade against the Drowned King, if only to make things right and to get Aurora back where she belongs. Now, on the matter of that one, as he looks over towards Lazuli. Lord Rhymeharrow has given me more information that I had wished to have known earlier, but nonetheless I now know that this Bicus individual is essentially going to be the cause of all kinds of ruin, not just brought upon the material plane, but also bleeding into the Feywild. Funny how it was going to happen, considering that if circumstances were different, I would very much like to work with Vecna to make sure that the Raven Queen is destroyed. But unfortunately, he chose a different path, one that will be going against what I want. Shame. Very much a shame. So when Vecna does indeed make his move, we will be ready for him. As far as I said, that one is concerned, we will go on ahead and make the deal for Bicus's sister as the official trade. He cares so much for her, I understand, and whether he lives or dies, it doesn't matter, for he will know that his sister will be entombed in my icy prison for the rest of her eternal. But you wish to have her tag along with you now. That was the collateral, was it not? Your soul for hers?
I made the offer.
Interesting that you would be willing to do so, as there are actually two of you. You'd be splitting yourself from your other half if I do this. I wonder, how would that affect you?
I do not consider that one to be me, or even, it just so happens that I was created to imprison him.
Is that so? Well, that makes things more entertaining. So this is what we are going to do. I shall accept your terms on one condition. We play a very small game, a very, very small one, and determine which of you I keep.
I have the authority to offer my own soul, but he doesn't have one, I don't think, anyways. But I couldn't make that I couldn't make that deal for him either. Like on his, I can't make the deal for his soul on his behalf.
Well, that is my terms. So it's up to you. Whether you want to take a moment to speak with him, if you're able to, I will allow you a moment. Either way, if you wish to go through with this, it will be a bit of a gamble of who within you will stay behind.
Your lordship, that's speaking on the fact that they'll actually talk to each other.
I don't even know how. We haven't actually been able to hear each other since we got to this realm.
Oh, so if that's the case, then it won't really matter all that much, now will it? So, the offer is still there.
If you want to do it, just go with what he wants to do.
All right.
It's either I split you away from your other half, or your other half goes with them and you stay with me. This is all for the collateral you wish to give. If you wish to still give it, I don't mind holding on to Lazuli even longer. She is quite the darling, isn't she? Perhaps I might indulge a bit more, if not. She has such a pleasant voice.
What's the gamble?
Comes down. Lord Rhymeharrow, if you would please. We have just come into possession of this, as he reveals a golden coin. Heads or tails? Heads, it's yours. Tails, it's within the other.
That's as simple as it gets.
I did say it was a very small game, did I not?
Where did you get that coin, if I might ask?
That is none of your business. It doesn't have any grounds to this game now, does it? Any bearings? I think not.
That's not like a double-headed coin, is it?
Kaylee, that was a regular gold coin. I'm just going to verify. It was a regular gold coin.
It's just a regular gold coin.
All right. So,
she didn't give him a trick coin or anything like that.
So Lord Rhymeharrow will hold up the coin and show it indeed has a head side and a tail side.
Adoran's just looking at Kaylee like, you were the only other one that disappeared and not towards the library. Okay, whatever.
All right.
So call it.
Well,
heads, it's you. Tails, it's him.
I will call... One further question.
Questions.
Dude,
so many questions.
Dude, you might not want to stall.
I'm going to give you one last question, comment, or smart-ass remark, and after that, I'm calling it.
The rule's just whichever side it turns up. All right, call it.
This will be most interesting indeed. All right then. You want
Which
me to call?
side?
I'm going to call for your tails.
So tails, it's me, is what
No.
you're calling.
No, tails, it's what's within.
Tails
It's-
is Stama,
Tails is
heads
Stama.
is Bell.
Yeah.
Ah.
So
Okay.
this
There's
is
a
going
virtual
to be.
coin flipper if you need it.
This is going to be. I pulled up here. I'm a D&D Beyond.
Yep, a D20, 1 to 10 heads, 11 to 20 tails.
Oh, I was just going to do evens odds and roll a D4.
Oh, that also works.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can, because I want to roll this so you all see it, so you know it's completely random.
Odds is head, evens is tail.
Odds is heads, evens is tails. Yes.
Okay.
So 1 and 3 heads, 2 and 4 tails.
Alright, here we go.
I'm gonna roll it on Bell's sheet.
Okay.
Her sheet.
Sheets
Everyone.
and giggles. Ugh. Odd.
That
You get
goes
Bell.
in the air.
Mhm.
It was which and which?
Heads was you, Bell. Tails was Thama.
No, I got that. It was
Odds is heads, even is tails.
The 1 and 3,
Okay.
which I rolled a 1, is heads. 2 and 4, even would be tails.
okay. It turned up one. It turned up one.
Yep. But you hinted that you were going to try something. So
It was dependent on the die roll. It turned up heads. I'm not doing anything.
this is what you wanted.
If it turned up, yeah,
All right.
yeah, this is the result I wanted. If it was gonna turn up the other, I was gonna moment to think and manipulate the coin toss. That's why I asked about the rules.
In front of an archfey.
In front
Yes.
of the Archfey, that would have been very interesting to see. I would have
He
allowed you
did
to
not
try
specify. He did not say that I couldn't do that.
it. This is true, which would have made things interesting. But still, nonetheless,
That's
it was
why I
the
asked
result
for
that you wanted, so it
clarification.
doesn't matter. We're talking in
I
hypotheticals
was
now.
going to ring, but I didn't have to.
Anyway.
Ah, well, it appears that it is heads. It's a shame. I would have liked to see the other one, at least for a little bit longer.
You'll see. Well, you'll see him for a minute, and if you have any words for him, though, before we do this, 1 second. I just reach in. I just reach into my coat. I am so sorry about this. You might want to step away from. I'm not addressing him. I'm just. You might want to float away. I don't know how this extraction thing works.
You talking
Oh.
to Theo?
Talking to Pio?
Yeah.
Theo.
All right, let me bring her out.
Also, you can talk now.
Are you sure? I was just a fairy. Just a fairy. Not going
Clinging
to,
to
be
him
concerned.
for warmth.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Actually, Prince,
Come here, Theo. Come here.
that's actually an old project.
Come to
She's actually an
Fluffy.
old project of mine.
To Fluffy.
It
By the way, Theo, you're gonna have to explain what happened to him. And also, you're in charge of Carolus. Well, I'm gone. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid.
Yeah,
You're
Carol
also in
like too
charge.
happy
You're
about
also
this.
in charge of Bellathama. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid either.
So the Prince of Frost just kind of is like not even looking at you. He's just looking over at Theo as he just reaches his hand over and just kind of flicks your forehead, and you feel your You feel your entire self just get Doctor Stranged out of you, as the body remaining is Thama, but your soul is now floating out and suddenly just slowly encased in ice, as he uses some kind of a telekinetic ability to just kind of hold it and move it and set it down, though it doesn't shatter. But he's just looking at Theo. After hearing what Chase said, "Come here, little one." But I was just over there, and
Theo, listen.
It's okay.
Do it.
He pulls on Theo what he has done on the rest of you. So he did succeed, did he? Interesting. That is incredibly amusing. I'm glad to be amusing. Not in the way that you're thinking. You hold quite a bit inside of you, I can see. He did exactly what he set out to do. That is impressive. I think I might enjoy learning about that.
Can you not speak to her with such a malicious goddamn laughter? Also, where the fuck am I?
Hi, Thelma. We're in the Prince of Frost's personal domain. Belle is now a willing prisoner in order to get Lazuli walking around with us.
So I don't have his figure right now, but we'll just assume that Lazuli just came out and she's kind of slumped against here, asleep. Whereas over here in this ice cage is Belle's half-faded soul.
You put his cardboard cutout there.
I can do that! I can do that!
It is just a soul, so yeah, white's the correct color.
Yeah, I totally do that. All right, hold on. I gotta find the cardboard Bell. My God, where is that? Ah, boy.
I'm pretty sure I didn't desync it.
I don't think so. Unless I did.
It's still in my morphs, technically.
Unless I named
don't know if you can pull it out of that.
He has to make a new character for it because it's technically not part of your already minifigure.
All he does is he grabs it and he plops it in. That's it.
Yep.
He just has to find it where it is.
Yep, I'm scrolling through it now.
But yes, Thama, this is kind of the position he put himself in. You're going to have to work this out with him as soon as we're able to actually complete our end of the bargain and have him retrieved.
I couldn't find the cardboard cutout right away, so I just used Bell.
Okay, that's fine too.
That works too.
Whatever.
Okay.
I will say, Kagato, Carol says come over to Lazuli, trying to gently pick her up.
I did not consent to this.
No, you did not.
Well, too bad.
But you weren't here to speak for yourself, so a deal was made on your behalf.
I let him out to deal with Jack Frost. How the fuck did I end up here?
Ah, yes, Jack Frost. As he just disregards you and just looks to Lord Rhymeharrow. He has not reported anything. He's not sleeping again, is he? I'm sorry, my lord. I'm sure that he has plenty to report. Last I heard, he was horribly trounced by everyone in here, but had a good time.
If you want, your lordship, I could try and send to him right now.
No, not necessary. What he has to report, I already truly see, is that he has dealt with all of you and he lost, but that was part of the deal, just to do a bit of reconnaissance. As he just lets Theo go back to Kaylee.
But as for the research on Theo's experiment, drop by your old stomping grounds in the Sun Kingdom. They'll be sure to let you see the files.
I would much rather just bury my head in a hole than go back to Sunshine and Rainbow's land.
Well,
I can, if I may, seeing as I might return here, I could give it to you on the way back.
Let's meet in the middle. Lord Rymharo, if you could send out a message to Viren and have him prepare something to give to Anaran for him to return back to me as far as Theo's development. For I have a great interest in what has been done. It's almost like an evolution of the undead. Something not quite alive and yet living. Very interesting indeed. Something without a soul and a soul yet still seems to shine.
Right now, they're
Yoinks.
clearly trying to negotiate with you. If I say anything, I'm pretty sure I'm going to torpedo that.
She just takes Theo and puts her in her jacket.
Now, first question. Not one of you retards stopped him!
And this
Come
is
on.
why I did
I
not.
was mad! I was mad! He didn't fucking care!
Sama, you should probably know by now that Belle does not listen to me, so I have grown to stop trying.
only
I
way
would
we
give-
would have. Go ahead.
I could
I
try and give him the best advice, and yet it would never work.
I think Akira's trying to say something.
Mhm.
I lost the care of this group a long time ago, so I have no remorse.
You don't care about me?
You're the only one that the only one I care about. Yes.
Only way
Yeah,
we were gonna
feelings
stop him is
mutual.
to fucking knock him the fuck out.
Is there a reason that wasn't an option?
The second any of us make any motions to attack, I'm pretty sure the thing right to your right probably would have smacked us.
We're trying to stay in the good graces of the Prince of Frost, okay?
Hi.
It was
I didn't want to
romance.
make it. I
There's
didn't
romance
want to make
that
I
it
just
more.
very quickly snapped to the Prince of Frost. Does that would that have extended to infighting? It had nothing to do with you.
You see, this is precisely why I wanted a coin flip, for the very chance that this could happen, and I'm certainly glad that it did, because this is most entertaining.
Come on.
The
I'm
fact that
not trying harder to
He's
kill your
not
mother.
staying here forever. He's just here until we can get the Lady in Crimson.
the fact that he's even laughing means that he likes you right now, so please don't do anything to fuck that up.
Let's.
Yes, that's
I
the
should have
point.
hit. I should have hit your mother harder.
Nope. Let's go. Let's
come
go.
on.
Let's go. Let us
Sama,
go.
never mind. Your
Careless.
lordship, was there any remaining business?
But of all people, for fucking careless.
I'm going to punch you.
Okay.
What?
Kagato was addressing Careless. Let him.
Sorry.
That's
Careless, as you approach Lazuli, she is indeed freed from any icy shackles that once held her. She is considerably unconscious at the moment. What would you like to do?
He's just gonna gently bend down and pick her up into his arms. I got you. He'll look back up to where Belle is frozen.
And that is where you see Frida has her face pressed against the ice as if it were glass and just grinning from ear to ear as she slowly begins to floss.
Your lordship, would you mind if I pierced her with an arrow?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not I'm not even asking permission. She has to make a dex save.
She's doing that, and I'm also shooting her.
That's fine. She fails either way. She has no power here. She's literally as frail as an old woman. In like
40 points of fire. I straight up fireballed her. Okay. Careless, I guess, had to make that too.
You were standing there.
What's the DC?
No, let's.
No.
Let's move on.
Don't yet.
No. You don't have to worry about it. This is on. Like, as she sits there, cartoonishly charred, where all that you see are her beady little white eyes. She coughs up some smoke. Worth it.
And then.
Is it?
She's pierced with an arrow.
All right, let Chase say something.
So, yeah. So, here's the thing, Frida. The fact that he's in there means he's actually worth a damn. What's that say about you?
Oh, she's absolutely less than dirt. Unfortunately, dirt can't swipe up itself, so this is the best that we can do. Thank you, your lordship.
Don't think that was a compliment. Fucking hag.
Remember, Freda, I pieced you together from fox shite. Don't make me get you covered in it again. Actually, that sounds like a funny idea. Lord Rhymeheart, prepare the fox shit. No, you've got it, sir. Wait, no. That's okay. I'll go back.
I don't think you're changing his mind.
I'm afraid you're not changing his mind, Frida. No. Don't worry, you'll be back to sweeping the floors in due time as soon as you can, as soon as you get a wardrobe change. Still worth it.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Aaron,
just
go
to
ahead.
confirm.
No. Yes.
I just wanted to confirm one last question. Those those encased in ice, can they see and hear what's happening out here?
That's the funny thing. Every last word. It's truly painful to be able to. As he just stops what he has to say.
Just start stabbing it. You stupid, arrogant motherfucker! just a series of curses.
I'm actually going to do something I don't normally do and restrain what I have to say because this is far too humorous. I actually don't think that the prince has laughed this much in ever since I've known him. Wow. You all are special.
If I did
we have
not,
our moment. We have our moments.
if you were not vital to preserve her life, I would kill you myself for this.
Oh, that could be arranged. After all, the terms were that he is only left behind in collateral, and I take only to give back when I'm given, like his sister. But if he were so happened to have an unfortunate accident, that's not something that I could prevent now, can I?
I ran the sister through like a stuck pig once. I will deliver her head if that's what you need.
We need her alive with the ring that's on Laslie's finger. That's what we need.
Then she'll be fucking gift wrapped as soon as possible.
Very well.
And if he should undergo an accident, or he should come back into my head and I find out that the witch has done anything to him, depowered or not,
Frida still has to serve her sentence before she goes back to working under me, to freezing over the material plane, but that won't be for quite some time now, and she has no power. The least that, or the most she could possibly do is continuously taunt and maybe draw a little mustache on him, but that's about it. And I suppose with this new occurrence of events, I am loath to admit it, but I suppose I should leave the material plane alone for a little while at the very least. Let's deal with the Drowned King, and we'll deal with Bicus. And then once all that is said and done, our little alliance will then come to an end and I will go back to doing what I do best. But I assure you, we Fae take our promises very seriously. I won't break my side of the bargain as long as you don't break yours, or I break you.
Then promise me this. No harm will come to him. No irreversible harm, because there's probably going to be harm with this next with this next one. At least, if you're gonna have him here, talk to him every now and again.
Oh, he'll have no choice. He's currently taking the place of Lazuli as a member of my council. I'm sure that he'll have plenty of experience to share.
Oh no.
Oh no, I just realized
Excellent.
that. Oh god.
Kaylee,
Yeah,
Adaran doesn't seem worried.
Now then, Anaran, you wish to speak? You have the floor.
My apologies for all the madness.
Madness.
He found it entertaining.
This is actually the most I've actually laughed in quite some time. You folks are amusing clowns.
He reaches into the bag and colding and pulls out one of those table kegs of the sunlit wine.
Oh, the Sundrop wine?
Sundrop wine, yes. From the Sun Kingdom.
Keep it.
Sundrop wine.
Don't want it.
I don't think she's very particular to anything sun-related.
Well, very well. I'll keep it in my bag in case you ever change your mind.
Please drink it and don't show it to me ever again. I have no qualms with Viren, but I most certainly am not a fan of the sun or its light anymore. I prefer the light of the stars. If you are to give me anything outside of what you've already had, have it be from Aurora's kingdom.
Anything in particular?
Outside of the stars being returned, or Aurora herself, I would say, perhaps anything that might even remain. Unless the
Very
Drowned
well.
King drowned at all.
If I find anything of noteworthiness, I shall deliver it to you.
Keep this up, and I
And-
might be willing to actually forego a little bit of extra time on my hatred towards the Raven Queen.
Speaking of such, Milady is 100% willing to hand over Sharea's soul.
Interesting.
However, Sharea has somehow managed to get herself so neatly wedged somewhere that it will take her time.
As it always seems to be.
The good news is, you have waited thousands of years. You only have to wait until my group and I return to the material plane, from whenceforth she will be delivered.
Though when you return, who knows how much time would have passed. I'm not that concerned, however. For you, it could be a hop, skip, and a jump, and for me, it could be several more millennia. But I've already waited that long. What's a few more? For a millennia for me is but a day for you.
I understand that for now you may wish to be more of an unknown force in this upcoming war. I am more than willing to act as your herald.
This is something that I need to be sure of. When you exit here, there is a small part of the castle as you exit to your left. Go inside. There will be a weapon there for you. I wish you to take that, as it will act as my eyes and ears towards your actions to see that you will follow through with your end of the bargain here. If you fail or deviate, it will likely consume you. If you continue on the path that you promise, it might certainly aid you. Either way, I will know. At all times.
Very well. I accept this challenge.
Then go...
On the condition
Hmm?
that I may be allowed to continue having conversations with you, as I'm certain your steward, Lord Rhymeharrow, has mentioned. I am but one of few mortals who willingly want to understand you and help you. However, you may allow that.
The very thought disgusts me. But you and yours here have a strange effect that despite how much I want to vomit at the idea, I'm still inclined to want to agree, if only for the sheer fact of that you are most interesting indeed. I shall think on that, consult my counsel, and you will know at a later time. But for now, I believe it's time that you got yourselves busy. There is much for you to do, and as far as what I understand, there are a few obstacles in your wake. I would highly recommend for one of those most major of obstacles that you track down the Baba Yaga as soon as you can.
Very well, your lordship. As for the first time this entire time, Anaran drops what facade he has, and he lets this overwhelming bloodlust just fill the room. A hunt it shall be.
So you know of the hunt of the unseelie, do you? Well then, let's make this a hunt.
Anarand will politely bow to the prince. He'll politely bow to each sister, and I don't know where Rhyme Harrow is.
We'll say he will be coming around the corner after dealing with Frida, who is now fully off screen.
Right, yes. He will then politely bow to Rhyme Harrow, and he'll politely do a short bow to Uzromus. Until next time.
Pleasantries are lost on me, but I appreciate it nonetheless. One final thing before you go. Oh, I see Kaylee wants to say something.
Just one thing. You saw into my memories. So you've seen that me and Aurora are currently bonded.
I did.
Well, I do wish to get her memories back, and I do wish to reclaim her seat. It is also my wish for her to return to the material plane. That means her seat will be vacant. And obviously there could be another drowned king that would reclaim it.
Aurora did a fantastic job. I would personally prefer if she regained her seat, but that is her domain and not mine. What she chooses to do is of her own decision, only as long as she personally appoints the next successor. I will not accept anyone else otherwise.
Alright. Then I will leave it up to her, even if she wishes to stay herself. I won't hold her back.
She is one of the few good things left that I find in the Feywild. So I am counting on you to do your part. Don't give me more reason to hate. Especially not you. After all of this, don't shatter what little hope you have given me.
And trust me, I'm not to let my promises go easily.
Good. The fact that you have come here with potential to increase my army, to get the drowned king off of that throne, to restore Aurora back to her rightful place, and to even bring Sharia back. As long as all those are met, I will work with you. Which, on that note, before you go, one more bit of advice. When you go back to the material plane, I've only sensed him for a moment. And I can tell you that when you go back to inevitably deal with him, you must be absolutely careful. That Kenku is far more than he seems.
We have fought him 3 times, and every time he left before dying. Well, not the first time.
He was toying with us.
He was. But when we go back, it'll just be another hunt. And he is far on the bottom of our list.
Still, we appreciate your advice, your lordship.
Take it as whatever way that you want. That is my last little gift to you. Now, Go. You have work to do.
Anaran just again bows. Let's go.
Okay.
Wait,
We just.
what?
Was
Sky?
I think it was Sky. He
Yeah,
might have been he might be having mic issues.
Yeah, he said he was having mic problems.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll just
We're pretty much. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
well, actually, you know what? We'll wrap it up here. Unless you guys want to take a few moments to discuss things first.
Anaran will just go and get the sword.
Yeah, actually, you know what? That's right. We got to do that. So we'll go outside real quick, and we'll do that, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hey, could you summon me back? I've got PC.
I'm getting there.
Oh, we're actually moving to a different map, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just have the dwarfs meet us there as well, just so we can wrap this up, this whole thing. We can just be back at a different whole map afterwards, unless we have to do something more to get back to the to where we need to go to get.
No, I'm going to expedite your return.
Okay.
In a very special way.
Okay, so then have the dwarves meet up too, so we don't. Yeah.
And the first thing that the Prince of Frost it will hear telepathically whenever the hell he goes to deal with Belle for the first time is you need to replace your bridge.
I'm a little mad that I didn't get to hear the rest of what happened in there.
I'll give you a quick breakdown. What was the last thing that you actually heard?
Something that was going on with when you return Raven, or like
Oh.
Not Raven.
Dragon Pal.
Not Raven.
Dragon Pal was
he was-
pouring, and then that's when everything died.
He was warning that Dragon's Howl is a lot more than it appears. All right, summoned you here, and outside, you already know where the place is, so I'll let you go on ahead and make your way up there. And the dwarves are going to be, we'll just say that the dwarves are on the other side of the bridge as I find them. Dwarf, there you are. So it was you, and you, and you. Gotcha. All right. So, Anaran, you come to the door that you were told. The door that has been foretold.
The man's personal shed.
You press your hands on it, and you find that it is locked.
Kaylee.
And the door opens.
Like the fawns with a jukebox.
It is within that you find a sword that is embedded in a block of ice. The cold that it gives off feels far worse than the Feywild's whole winter region. It feels more like the Prince of Frost, the cold that he gave when close by.
Anaran just reaches over and grabs it with a hand.
All right, we're going to need a strength check.
Strength check? Oh god. You know what? No, we're not doing strength checks.
Come on, do a strength check! Come on!
5.
And with the 5, you give it a nice tug as it slowly begins to pull out of the ice. And then, boop, pops out. Almost as if it was waiting specifically for you.
what's the? I know I'm not attuned to it, but what's like the sensation I get from it?
Right now, cold, very cold.
Yeah.
Is there no sheath, like proper sheath?
We'll say that it is also in the ice, and it just you can just pop it out.
You just like yoink. And
But even the sheath is
sheaths
cold.
it.
Now, this sheath
Alright.
and the sword itself give off a similar kind of a cold feeling, like your cube gives off in heat. Kind of gives an aura of cold around you, not damaging cold, but still it's cold.
So now Anoran has to have the cube on just to make it equal.
Yep.
Well, he just connects it to a belt slot and just. I'll tune to you when we get out of here. Oh boy. Kaylee, prepared for absolute fucking madness.
So a normal everyday thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, well, maybe.
The door's closed.
I hope he's watching right now, and I hope he hears this.
Oh, he probably is.
You can have a lot of fun with us, Princey.
Oh god.
What?
Anoran
He's just like rubbing his temples, being like, I regret everything. I
Anoran
regret
just
everything.
puts a hand on the sword. I know you agreed to this. I'm apologizing in advance. You're probably gonna see some shit that might make you laugh or might make you cringe.
With our group? Yeah.
So
And the dragons are saying goodbye.
Bye-bye, dragons!
No, they're not.
Oh, the dragons are way out.
So,
Oh.
at this point, Lord Rhymeharrow appears before you all. Boop. Sorry about that. I mistimed how long it was going to take you to get the sword. You seem to have already known where it was. I wanted to make sure that I stopped you from taking too much time when time is of the essence. So we have arranged for you to have a swift ride out of here. Only as far as the winter region. From there, you're on your own.
There. Akira, you
Like,
get
he
to
also
ride a dragon.
screaming. But just, he's like, we're gonna ride dragons.
Evelyn's here too. Hello, I am Evelyn.
I rolled natural 20s.
For what?
For what?
No,
I don't know.
You didn't ask.
Evelyn.
Evelyn rolls natural
Oh.
20s.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're speaking for. Oh god.
gotcha.
Yeah,
You're
I was making a joke. I was making a joke.
You're making a weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, I was making a joke. But
Excuse
Kaylee, I will
me?
say, Careless comes up to you and it's like, dragons. Kaylee, we get to ride dragons.
Oh no, uninvited
We're
guests.
gonna ride dragons, Kaylee. We're gonna ride
so-
dragons.
They are uninvited, but they did not arrive here on their own. We are going to help them get out of the Feywild where they don't belong.
Ah, so you're taking them away from here. Fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough. I don't see a problem with that. Though if a dragon does happen to get hungry, then they like dwarf meat.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
Nothing
I'm
I
fine
can
with
do.
that.
That was drunk, right? I was drunk, right?
Just stick with us. Just stay away from their mouths, okay?
Hey, dragon.
Hello.
What did I miss?
Mama, get on the dragon. It's fine.
So
Ride
as
dragons, Kaylee.
Kaylee and Carolus are fanboying and fangirling about riding a dragon. Each dragon can carry
This is
about
canon, by the way.
about three of you or so based off of their size, easily 4 if you happen to be small. There's enough for everyone. So this is just like a few of them pop up. There's 2 of them down there, so there's like 6 dragons. There's enough for everybody. The dragons lower their heads and allow you to climb onto their backs. These dragons appear to be the very same type of dragon as the one that was in capture back in Wintervale, and yet here they are now, your steeds for the moment.
I think Akira wants to do something.
She takes. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Akira.
The white dragon approaches as Akira comes directly to this one.
Just getting a dragon, that's it.
Yeah, he's just going to the dragon.
Oh. Well, all right. Yeah,
But-
Akira claims dragon.
Kaylee's
You guys want
going,
more?
Kaylee's going over to the dwarves and be like, all right, I got it. She's gonna pull out her rope and she's going to basically tie the rope around their waists,
Right.
kind of like tie them all together.
Oh, make them
All
think they were
right, all right, all right,
prisoners. That makes sense. They don't want to eat prisoners now, do they?
Basically, go over and tie it up to the dragon so that they don't fall off.
Seatbelts! As they just
Kaylee,
get
I
tied
have
to the
you on
dragon. I was afraid she was going to tie them to the end of a stick.
I'm like a little carrot on a stick.
Yeah, just make the dragon go
Right in front
faster.
of it.
They do like dwarf meat.
Yes, Smog has stated, dragons like dwarfs meat.
So you all get a dragon.
Yes.
Temporarily.
I want a dragon.
You all get on the backs of each dragon that is available, whether you are grouped up or you just divvy it up based off of what dragons are left. And they all flap their wings and they take off, heading towards the direction that they were asked to take you, which would be essentially the outskirts of the winter region. Based off of their flying speed and how much travel you have done, it's going to take a bit of a fly to get there. So you get to enjoy this dragon ride for as longer than a short rest, but not as long as a long rest.
Don't need a long rest after that.
A medium rest.
Yep, he'll be just fine. So consider it like maybe like an hour and a half to 2 hour flight.
That's
No, I'm
enough
thinking-
for me to attune to items.
I'm taking a detour with this dragon.
What detour are you taking?
Something that is not supposed to be on YouTube, Kagato.
Oh God!
Oh no.
So he's going to catch up with you all later as he flirts with the dragon, and the dragon happens to be a female dragon, as was told before. And because dragons have the polymorph ability innate to them, you get a you get lucky.
Oh, son of a bitch. Ren has just become Thunderline with a white dragon.
I hope you like the cold, because there's plenty of it.
So that's what Seto Kaiba meant by white lightning.
And that is where we will end tonight, as you all are flying back. To the outskirts, to basically heading more towards the autumn side, since that is still the outskirts. But I think it makes more sense that the Prince of Frost would send you to autumn than spring.
Works for me.
Well, that is where we will wrap up tonight. So, for those of you that came to watch, thank you very much for coming tonight. And we will wish you all a good night. See you next week.
So